Hey guys, and welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with Dan and Rich from Iron Tooth. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Oh,
So guys, could you introduce yourselves and what you do within the band?
yeah, I'm Rich and I do lead vocals, and that's it.
Mr. Vague. I'm Dan, drummer for the band. Beatbox extraordinaire.
Cowbell.
Cowbell. Where is me cowbell? Should have brought me cowbell actually. That's
should have
bad.
done.
Proper apologise.
Yeah, yeah, we need more cowbell.
Always.
Always.
Let's dive into some questions. As kids, what were you listening to?
Well, with me, my family's really unmusical, really. But I grew up like with Frank Sinatra and Rat Pack, Michael Jackson, and then my sister forced me to listen to New Kids on the Block and stuff like that. The first time like I had metal though was when I stole a tape off my sister's boyfriend. I had no idea what was on it. Put it on, and then years later realised I was listening to Pantera and stuff like that. As a kid, that's what I listened to. But I grew up mainly on Michael Jackson and still love Michael Jackson and stuff like that. On to you, Dan.
You can tell that with your lyrical content, mate.
That's it. My beautiful singing voice.
For me, mate, it was it's a bit of a weird one, really. I've always had a bit of a my mother and father were always sort of an influence with me with my music and stuff. So I used to listen to a lot of like Elvis Costello and stuff with my dad, Supertramp, bands of that ilk, really. From my mum's side, though, it was like there was a lot of Ace of Base, sort of the early 80s kind of stuff. But as a kid, I had a right soft spot for I love my boy bands, so Boyzone, Westlife, New Kids on the Block, etc. Take that. Even now, I mean, my first gig that I ever went to was A1, and I'm not even ashamed to admit that. So, and I still listen to all that kind of stuff today.
You can tell.
Oh, great time.
Yeah. So who actually got you into music? Was it a family member or a friend, or was it somebody completely different, or was it yourself getting into it?
For me, it was like I wasn't that much into it when I was real young, but when I got to like 12, 13, I started skating and stuff, and we used to listen to NoFX and Rage Against the Machine and stuff like that. And my friend was properly into music who played guitar, so that's how I like started my first band as well through that. Because a friend of ours got leukemia and they did a charity gig, so we started a band just because of that. And that was it. And then I just started a band when I was 15, I think, and I've never not been in a band since then. So it was friends more than family or anything like that for me.
Cool.
Dan?
My mother and father really was the ones that sort of started it off for me, really. In terms of like metal and stuff like that, though, it was my brother. He kind of pushed me down that route. And sort of the first sort of bands alternate bands I started listening to was sort of your Green Days, your Blink-182s, and all that kind of stuff. And after that, started sort of getting introduced to the heavier stuff. I used to mock my brother for liking Napalm Death actually back in the day, because it just used to listen to it, and obviously it's just this raw sort of aggressive, the vocal range of Barney was just like I just couldn't, it didn't compute with me at that point. I was like, oh, this is insane. I was like, you only like stuff that's like whoa, I was like, where's the melody? Where's the clean vocals and stuff like that? And like over time, obviously more exposure to it, the different kind of bands. Rich mentioned earlier about Pantera. They're probably one of my favourites. Like just the groove and the rawness, really. Just my brother was a big sort of push into this sort of genre for me, really. So I do thank him for that. Something is good. Something
One
good.
good thing.
At least. One good thing, yeah. It's a good egg, really.
So, who inspired you to become a musician?
Well, with me, like I said, I started doing it because of a charity gig. I grew up in a small town called Driffield. There was a band called Overground there who we were friends with, and they were amazing. So I suppose that kind of inspired me to do it. And that was it, really. And then when I moved to Hull, I met a guy called Andy, who now is a blues guitarist who does a thing called Half Death Clutch, which is amazing. So if anyone's watching, you should check that out. But he was in a band called Bulletproof, and I just worshipped the ground they walked on, kind of thing. And then I had the opportunity to have him in a band with me, and we were in a band together for like 10 years. And he broadened my knowledge of music and things like that. So I would say he inspired me to do it, really, to take it more seriously, to be fair. I would say.
Face of Scars.
Face of Scars, yeah.
Many a good gig, mate. Many a good gig.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, for me it was that I had a bit of envy from me brother and my stepbrother. So they formed a band. I'm the youngest of the three of them, and they formed a band and used to practice in our loft back at our house in Hull. And I was always a bit envious of it, because they were all playing guitars, drums, bass, etc. And I was there. I was like, oh, I quite fancy this. I want a piece of this pie. Do you know what I mean? And like, unfortunately, I've been dealt a hand where I've got tiny lady hands. I wasn't able to play guitar or anything because I just couldn't reach the frets or anything. So, it was just I've been hindered by these for quite some time. So 35 years.
Make you feel good, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. But actually, the natural thing for me to pick up was some drumsticks, and that's what kind of pushed me into getting into the music. But once we formed like our first band up in our loft and stuff, it was it was all go really. But it was just my brothers, seeing them do what they were doing, making noise in there. Being sort of 15 years old, I was like, yeah, this is for me. Like, I want a piece of this.
Yeah. Right. Somebody asked in the chat. This is from Chris Hardy. And he asks, ask Dan about Cliff Richard.
It's Cliff Richard, if you don't mind, Chris.
Cliff Richard.
I've got a bit of an obsession with Cliff Richard, and here we go. Here's my coaster. I've got several blouses upstairs with Sir Cliff on. Got a couple of vinyls here with him on, I think, somewhere. I've got a bit of a collection.
We do love Cliff.
Couple of Cliff vinyls. He's just the original Bachelor Boy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yes.
The original Bachelor Boy. I mean, my mum used to get me his annual calendar every year. And unfortunately, they went into... they were decommissioned a few years back. So I no longer get those calendars, which is a bit of a shame, really, because that was it used to brighten up my day coming down and looking at his face. Or sometimes
you can still get them
in an open sort of like shirt. Do you know what I mean? Just showing his chest rub.
Yeah.
But no, I like Cliff. He's the original sort of British rock and roll star, isn't he? But I've got a bit of an unhealthy obsession with him, I'd say.
Yeah, he was classed as the UK's Elvis Presley when he first came out in 57, 58?
Oh yeah.
He was classed as too raunchy and stuff, wasn't he?
Yeah, like it was.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't think about that of him now.
Well, he's still got it, mate.
He's still going. Still got raunchy calendars.
No, don't do them anymore, mate. Don't do them anymore.
I've seen them because I get them from my mum.
No, really? Right, okay.
Yeah.
I need to hunt these down then.
Yeah, he's not looking so hot now, though.
Really?
Yeah, he's in his 80s now.
Yeah.
It depends on, I think he lives over in Portugal, doesn't he? So he look like a bloody California raisin now, won't he?
That's it.
Yeah. Never mind. But yeah, I mean, his music for me is top notch. I enjoy it.
Yeah, true.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, he's done some really good songs over the years, to be honest.
He has, yeah. He has.
Anyway, let's get back into some more questions. So, you've mentioned, Rich, you've been in a couple of bands, but could you tell us any other bands that you've been in?
Yeah. Well, the first band that I ever did was called Jim's Gun. It was just 15-year-olds playing like punk kind of stuff. Then I did one for a bit called Parasite, but that's whatever. And then the main band that I did when I moved to Hull was called Face of Scars. I think we did that for about 8 years. But it was, I mean, it's so weird thinking about it now because we didn't have Facebook and we didn't have Instagram and things like that. So we literally played Hull and that was it. We didn't play anywhere else. And then we did Face Towards Enemy, so Face again. That was with Dan's bro, and I had if you know Battalions, we had the guitarists from Battalions in them as well. And then Iron Tooth now, I think. Or was there another one? No, and that's Iron Tooth, I think, in Hull. So yeah, I think as I said, I think I had like 2 years off where I wasn't in a band. But other than that, and we've never had bands where we've like done bands where we've thrown people out or anything. If the band ends kind of thing. We've never replaced people. It's always just been the bands and a set of mates playing music. With Iron Tooth, we've taken it to another level, like more serious and things, because we've got Mr. Organised. And like with playing Bloodstock and things like that, it's just made it where we see that we can actually do something with it. Where with the other bands, it was like, I think if we'd have had the social media coverage, it would have been different, but we didn't. So, yeah, I've done, 5 or 6 bands in the past. It's all just good fun. I think Dan's been in quite a few as well.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just going back to the social media side of it. It gives you a good platform, doesn't it? You know, it's there to be used as a good tool, really. I think.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it's got its setbacks and its gripes and stuff, but yeah, it's useful for bands and sort of businesses and stuff like that. It's a good sort of platform, isn't it? So free advertising at the end of the day. So lovely. But yeah, in terms of bands for myself, it's I started with my 2 brothers. Up in the loft back in the day. So I was in a thrash metal band called Macabre Visions. Got the old MV tattoo there, look. 18 and foolish. Yeah. So we all got band tattoos apart from the singer. So it was like an unconventional Hanson. So there was 3 brothers and then we had Mike. So, but obviously playing thrash metal. Well, we did that for about, I think it was about 4 or 5 years, maybe. We played out of town a few times, but it was only sort of like local Yorkshire shows. So we played over in Wakefield a couple of times, played in York a couple of times. We played Bradford once. But the metal scene was quite good back then. Back in sort of like the early 2000s-ish to mid-2000s, it was pretty decent. It's quite vibrant. There was a lot of good bands in Hull as well, wasn't there, Rich?
Yeah.
You know, there was a good sort of like metal community, if you like. So it was all sort of kicking off quite well. I mean, you know, bands like there's Dump Valve, they were sort of leading the way with it. Obviously, yourselves in Face of Scars. I can't remember. Multiple Injuries was one. They were a really good band. But yeah, the scene was really good back then. But yeah, moving on, I went on to another band called Killer of Saints, and I was with them for a couple of years. And then there was another band called Hades Aperture. I did that for about a year or so. And then I packed it all in when I was about 20, 23 and I went travelling. For just shy of a year. So I sold all my gear and stuff, and that was it. I was kind of done with it all. And then when I came back to Hull after my travels, we decided to give Macabre Visions another go. So we got the band back together, and we tried to give it a go and that. But then I got run over, and I ended up breaking my hand, and had my hand in cast for 6 months. So that kind of just put it all out the way for forever, basically. And then I didn't drum again until I went and had an audition with these guys, because my stepbrother was the original drummer. He decided that he was leaving because he's in a cover band, which he earns quite a good bit of money off. So he wanted to focus on that. And he says, I expressed my desires to him to sort of start playing again. He says, no, I have a word with Rich and that, I'm going to be leaving. You could just sort of step in. I was like, oh, right, fuck it, yeah, let's go for it. So I messaged you, Rich, didn't I? I said, yeah. Can I come down, please? And I came down a few times, didn't I? And the rest is history, really. So
threw you into Metal to the Masses.
Yeah, and then straight into a Metal to the Masses final in 2018, which was a bit of an experience after sort of 10 years of not playing. Yeah. Straight in at the deep end. We was unsuccessful that time, weren't we? But in 2018, but it was a really good experience, really. But yeah, like since then, it's been sort of Iron Tooth for 4 years ish now. I think.
We don't count lockdown, so it's 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really good fun. Get a lot out of it. In terms of what drumming and being in a band for me does, it's everything. It's the traveling around is good. It's good crack. A good bunch of lads and stuff. The gigs are good that we do. We're playing quite a lot of different venues around the country and stuff. So it's it's enjoyable. Meeting a lot of good people as well. Met a lot of good friends and stuff. So yeah, get a lot out of it, really.
I was going to say, meeting the other bands is one of the best parts of it, really.
Yeah, and especially the in the Bloodstock last year, and there was obviously a lot of bands that we've been playing with throughout the years, as the past sort of 4 years and that, and we're all sort of getting together on that weekend and just having a bit of a piss up, really, and it's been good, hasn't it? We've met a lot of good people, really, so yeah, grateful for that.
Yeah, cool. So that then leads on to what has Iron Tooth been up to, especially over since 2020, really.
I'll leave that to you, Dan. What we've been up to.
What we've been up to. Just making a wall of noise, really, haven't we?
That's it.
Making a wall of noise. No, well, we've been trying to record for quite a while. We've been doing it ourselves for quite some time now, but it's obviously doing everything ourselves and stuff. It's taking a little bit longer than we first thought it would do, but hopefully we're going to have something released the back end of this year, all being well. Maybe back end of summer or something, if we can. Yeah. Sam, the guitarist, the poor lad, he's the one lumbered with mastering and mixing it all. So we've got a lot of the recording done, but it's just the it's the secondary bit, really, and getting it all pieced together and sounding all right.
Sounding amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of what we've been doing and stuff, we've brought out a couple of videos, haven't we? I think we've got three music videos now, which are available on the old YouTube. So if anybody would like to subscribe, that would be super. We've got 3 videos. So there's Red Stag, Eating Glass, and The Horde. So Rich has been working his magic sort of behind the scenes to put these videos together, which have turned out really good. Actually, we had a lot of fun, didn't we, doing the Red Stag video?
Yeah.
And that was good fun. Just literally in a place where we practice, there's an abandoned sort of warehousey type bit at the top, and we're just throwing fake blood all over ourselves and just acting like idiots, really. So it was a good night of idiocy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, good fun. But yeah, there's we've got a few other little bits and bobs in the pipeline. So we did a video for Trauma Productions last summer, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Summer.
Yeah. Right.
So basically, it's Trauma Productions. It's make like B movie horror, horror movies basically.
Toxic Avenger.
So if you've heard of the Toxic Avenger films, it's the guys behind that basically. So the producer of that, called Joe, he asked us along, and we ended up doing an evening of filming with them and the crew and the cast and stuff. Put together this music video for us as well, and we got a little bit of a sort of cameo in the film, didn't we? Like, got a load of guns pointed at us and like fake blood chucked all over us and stuff. So that was good fun. So we've done some sort of interesting things really over the past couple of years, which has been good.
And we're going to be in the next one.
Say again, mate?
We're going to be in the next film as well. Yeah.
So in July, they've asked us back again. So we're going to be doing another video. They've asked us to write a song for the new film. And like I said, they're going to do another video with us, and again, we'll hopefully get another cameo in there.
We got a big cameo this time. Then we're going to actually maybe have lines and stuff like that, which will be funny.
So there might be like a bit of a blooper reel at the end as well, so watch out for that one.
Yeah. And lots of boobs.
Lots of boobs, yeah.
Boobs and blood, which is just drama. So
you mentioned that you're going to be releasing some material later on in the year. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we've got how many songs have we got recorded, Rich? Is it between 8 and 10? I think, is it?
I think it's 8. We're adding this Trauma, the new one. The Trauma.
Right.
One.
Okay. Yeah. So we've got 8 or 9 tracks that we're going to be putting together, and this will be sort of our first album release, if you like. We have been a bit slow with the whole sort of writing process because we've been inundated with gigs, really, haven't we? I mean, we built up some good momentum throughout 2018 and 19, and the live sets were coming along pretty nicely, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then obviously all that carnage with lockdowns and COVID and all this that kind of put the blockers on, really. And I think in terms of sort of like writing new material, we were able to get together and stuff, and I think it was we kind of focused more on putting our live performance back to the standard where we wanted it to be, as opposed to sort of writing new stuff, wasn't it, really? We had a good sort of batch of gigs sort of lined up throughout 2020. We had quite a lot of cancellations as well, obviously. We had some quite exciting gigs coming up as well. Was playing one of the Stonebait production gigs in June. We was going to be playing at Temple of Boom over in Leeds. Really good lineup. There was a lot of sick bands on there and stuff. And unfortunately, that one obviously fell foul to the pandemic and stuff. So it was more about fine tuning the live shows once we got back into it, really. Which we feel we're kind of getting there, aren't we? We're back up to speed, I guess. So, what we want to be doing really is we've got quite a few songs sort of in the pipeline that we're looking to put together. But once we get this album out of the way, obviously it'll be on to the next one, really. So,
I think the next one would be a quick release.
Yeah.
Any sort of like time scale for that release? I mean, we ideally, if we can get something out, so I'd say sort of like mid to late August.
Yeah,
August. I think that'll be sort of a reasonable expectation, really. So we'll have to stick the boat up Sam's backside, won't we, to get it done in time. So, but that ideally, if we can get something out, because we've sort of sporadically put a couple of tracks out, like over the past couple of years, really. So we've done it sort of like, 1 month, 6 months later than the next one was out, and then another 6 months later, then we'll put the track for Red Stag out when we release the video as well. So that's the plan, really. We're looking at sort of August time, all being well.
Yeah, cool. So are you mentioned that you've been doing like some like gigs to get back up to speed. Are you going to be doing a tour of that for the album when it comes out?
Some of that we'll probably look at doing maybe. We've got a good handful of gigs really, haven't we, lined up over the next few months. So the summer calendar's sort of picking up. We've just had a couple of confirmations as well over a couple of gigs sort of around the Yorkshire area. In terms of sort of putting a tour together, we need to look at it. It's obviously it's all going to work around sort of work schedules and stuff like that. We're all sort of working and stuff and trying to piece together a tour and stuff and get everybody off at the same time might be a little bit difficult. But maybe a couple of sort of like weekend runners where we'll do maybe a Friday and Saturday and a Friday and Saturday following, something like that. So, like I say, it's just orchestrating it really and making it sort of financially viable as well. But yeah, getting the right sort of gigs as well, really.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think it'll be next year if we did a tour. If we even looked at it, really see how the album goes and things like that, and see what new material we write. Because we need to. A lot of it is we need to sit. If we want new material, we have to not gig. So, but we love gigging. So it's like we get offered a gig and we want to play it. So the practice is to practice the set rather than sitting down and writing stuff. So it becomes a bit of a rock and hard place with stuff like that. And work just ruins everything, doesn't it? So
yeah, the one necessity. But yeah, I mean, we get a lot out of playing live, don't we? We put a lot into playing. Our performances it's pretty high octane stuff. We all give it sort of 110% to throw that cliche out there. It's we like to give it some welly. And if you ever see us live, or if anybody watching, is going to come and see us or whatever, that's what you'll probably take away. The one thing you'll probably notice more will be our bassist Dan.
No, it's Ben now.
Well, Ben's the new poster boy, but yeah, the bassist Dan has many faces which he pulls, which is fantastic. But he's got dreads down to his arse basically, and all these dreads are flying all over the place. And everyone sort of like swarms around Dan afterwards, like, oh yeah, that was great. So yeah, if you'll take that away from it. But yeah, we don't leave any stone unturned, really, do we? We like to give it some welly, like so.
Yeah. So, sort of like a little bit of extension on about the tour. If all the stars align and everything is financially viable, would you do a tour over in America or over in Europe or down to South Africa or over to Australia? Would you be able, if everything aligns, and would you do it? Would you do a tour over in like Europe?
I would. I'm off now. I'll do it now.
Me. Yeah, obviously. I mean, it's if we could get that kind of exposure or whatever, or the opportunity sort of came to our door or whatever, then yeah, 100% would be open to doing something like that. I think one thing that we're trying to do next year potentially is obviously trying to sort of broaden the gig locations and whatnot and start going a little bit further afield. But we want to try and look at they do like a HRH weekender in Ibiza. So our guitarist Ben was over there for it at the beginning of May. So we're going to hopefully try and if we can, sweet talk a few people, we're going to try and get onto that next year, which would be superb, really. So.
I've just put in application to play Wastelands, which is in America. It's like a Mad Max thing. It's just a put our name forward. We don't expect to get it, but it's if they came back to us and said, "Yeah, we want you," I'd be having to obviously buy Dan a passport because he doesn't have one. But I'd happily travel all over the world as long as I didn't have to spend all my money. That's the main factor, I think, with it all. We play Manchester, and when we played Manchester just recently, hotel, travel, and everything, you're spending 150 quid.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a good night out, we go have a laugh, and we stay out and everything like that. But it's still 150 quid in it out of your pocket, kind of thing, and stuff like that. So that's the massive factor in touring, I think, as well. If you know you're going to be able to sell merch and stuff, then you're all right because you can cover costs with merch quite well. So that'd be a big thing as well, really, I think.
Yeah. So, if anybody wants to ask any question, please feel free, and I will ask Dan and Rich the question. So, if you want to get your questions in now, please do. Anyway, so where can people find Iron Tooth on social media?
Dan?
I'll do that one, Rich.
Okay. Well, we're on Spotify. Well, we're on we're on Amazon Music, Spotify.
Yeah, we're on all the musical streaming.
Yeah, TikTok.
TikTokers, whatever that is.
Facebook. We've got a YouTube channel. We have got a Twitter, but we don't really use that. Our main one, and Instagram. Our main two are Instagram and Facebook, really. Dan Contra does the Instagram, and me and him both share the Facebook. We do post quite a lot on Facebook, like gigs up. If anyone needs gig updates and things, it's always on Facebook. But yeah, with the Spotify and things, we've got the three tracks that we've mentioned before. We've got them on. They're on Spotify. It's like a hub of all the different medias that you can get it on. So it's on everything. So anything where you can put music onto a video or something, it's there. If anyone ever wants it.
Cool. Can anybody have you got like sort of like a merch site to if people want to buy like the merchandise?
Yeah, that's yeah. We've got Bandcamp as well. So
cool.
I mean, we've got Bandcamp, but we do obviously we have merch with us, but you can always even just message us on Facebook, and you'd be able to buy it through PayPal, and we just send it through like that way as well. But yeah, we have Bandcamp. We have Bandcamp like everyone does, really. And that's the only merch place that we use.
T-shirts are available in all sizes.
Not this one though.
One for the Red Stag video. So we got a T-shirt design from Ben, our guitarist. His girlfriend designed the Red Stag T-shirt design for us, and did a really good job with it. So we got a load of them printed, as you can see by Rich. Rich has put in there. Hang it up, Rich, on the fairy lights.
It'll rip them down.
So yeah, we've got plenty of those available in various sizes. So if anybody would like to have a quick skeg at that, they are available.
Cool. So this will be my last question for you. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
It's a shit business.
All right, Les.
I would say personally, if you want to do a band, do it for fun at first, and don't ever take it too serious. Myself, it's like, because I'm an old man now. I'm 40, and it's like I've been doing it for 20 years, and it's like I've never not had a laugh with it. I've never got stressed with it and things like that. That's what I would do. If you're going into it thinking we're going to be famous, we're going to make money, we're going to do this, do it because you work. If you go into it thinking you're going to have fun, you're more likely to progress, because you're not going to take it and just have a laugh with your mates. Don't be in a band with people you don't like.
yeah, that's probably the best bit of advice right there.
Yeah. You got to go get pissed with them, and you don't want to get pissed with people you don't like, do you? So
very true indeed, mate. Very true indeed. Yeah. I think the social aspect of it is very good. If you are that way inclined, obviously, and you enjoy that, then certainly doing a band and stuff, it is good. But like Rich said, like he alluded to, it's enjoy it, enjoy it because it is fun. You can have a lot of fun with it. With these guys now, I've been playing with these for 4.5 years, and we have a fucking, we have a right scream when we're at practice and stuff. It's always a good laugh. Even driving to the gigs where you're 2.5, 3 hours on the road or whatever. It's all good, light-hearted fun. I get a lot out of it. It's a lot of travel for me. Like I live over in West Yorkshire, so I'm sort of an hour and a bit away. So for me to practice, it's a good sort of 2 hours drive or whatever. But it's worthwhile. I've been doing it for four and a bit years, and I get a lot of fun out of it. Get a lot of enjoyment out of it, and I just get to hit shit. So it's a win-win for me, really.
That's it.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a brilliant talking to you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for having us on. Much appreciated.
Right. I've just got a question through. From S. Taylor. Yeah. He said, S. Taylor says, quick question. Three most influential bands.
For me, Pantera, definitely like one of my all-time favorite bands. Of all, like, just I don't know any bad song by them. And as much as you shouldn't like Phil Anselmo, I do. So I love his voice. That's it.
Yeah.
I would say, because I don't want to put them all in, but all of Phil's bands, any band that Phil's in. So, and then Clutch. They were my favorite band in the world, but I can't sing like him, like Neil. So I want him to influence me, but he just doesn't bring. I can't sing like him. And then just because it's from what I used to listen to with Michael Jackson, just his showmanship and things like that. As weird as it might sound, but I obviously one day will throw some moves like Michael on stage.
I really hope so, mate. I really hope so.
Yeah, do a bit of moonwalking. But yeah, I think they're my three most influential, really, within music, especially Clutch and Pantera. They're the bands that like the sound and the rawness of everything like that. Daniel?
Yeah, for me, I mean, obviously Mimic Rich, but I mean, Pantera is probably one of the ones that are up there for me. But I'm a big sort of Mastodon fan. I really like how they've sort of progressed over the years, and how sort of progressive they are now from what their original sound was. I think every album sort of sounds different. Amazing band. I think they're probably one of, or if not my favourite, to be fair. Other bands that would influence.
Cliff Richard.
Well, obviously say Cliff, but that goes without saying. Raging Speedhorn for me is another one. The rawness of them, the ballsy, they're aggressive. Really good band. That I get a lot out of listening to them, so I'd probably say they're in my top three. And I think I like a lot of my old sort of thrash metal stuff. So I like Slayer, as you can see in the corner there.
Yeah, I was going to. I noticed it.
Slayer and stuff like that, mate. So my old school thrash, your Anthraxes. Anthrax are probably one of my other favourites as well, to be fair. But I just like the speed and the rawness of thrash metal. Anything thrashy, really. Havoc, Municipal Waste, that kind of stuff. Thrash all the way for me.
Yeah. Speaking of Slayer and Pantera, I've seen both bands on the same bill about 24 years ago on the same bill. Down at Milton Keynes, Ozfest 98.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nice.
I was meant to go to Ozfest and never did, and I wish I had, because I would have seen Pantera. Never got to see them. I've seen Down, which was amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not the same level, is it?
No. I've seen all of Pantera, but all in different bands. But which was a bit annoying. But yeah, my brother, he was due to see. He was going to go see the Tattoo of the Planet thing that they had on.
Yeah.
I think that was 2002 or 3 or something like that. It was September the 11th, actually. They cancelled it because of what happened with the Twin Towers. And obviously, not so long after that, Pantera then broke up. So, yeah, it was a shame we didn't get to see them, really, but they would have been superb, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Slayer and Pantera at Ozfest 98 was absolutely brilliant because you had like the Foo Fighters, the Black Sabbath, Ozzy Osbourne, a lot of like the big names of at the time who were actually on the same bill. Absolutely brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's a stacked lineup, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really
S. Taylor said that. Yeah, S. Taylor said that Phil Anselmo and the Illegals was brilliant to see before the pandemic.
Yeah, I want to see. I've not seen them yet. I really want to see them because they were playing Bloodstock doing a Pantera cover set. I'm sure they were going to. This year, is it this year? I think, or have they cancelled now? I'm not sure.
I think they've cancelled. Actually, I'm not too sure. I'm sure that there was something released by Bloodstock, wasn't there, a few months ago about them. I think, and I'm not sure if they have actually cancelled or not. They might have done, but if they're there, we'll probably be going to see them, won't we? So
I'll be at the front.
Yes. Especially if they're doing a couple of Pantera tunes, that'll be good.
Yeah, I think I'm sure they were supposed to play last year and they cancelled, and then they moved it to this year, and then they might have cancelled again, and you never know because of it being Phil.
Yeah, well, I know like over in America and stuff, they're still struggling to get visas and stuff, aren't they? Because Hatebreed pulled out not so long since.
Oh, have they pulled out now?
Yeah, they pulled out about a month or two ago.
Yeah, so I think we've got to look for them spots, haven't we? Try and get on at Bloodstock again.
Yeah, if only. Yeah. Nice.
Right, guys. Like I said, thank you so much for coming on, and it's been an absolute pleasure. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. No, thanks for your time, Earl. Appreciate it. And thanks for the people for checking us out and stuff. That's much appreciated. Like, can I just plug a couple of gigs that we've got? Is that all right?
Yeah, by all means.
Sorry. So we'll be playing over in Wakefield a week on Saturday. So that's the 28th of May. Then we'll be heading over to Cottingham, just on the outskirts of Hull for Springboard Festival. That is on Saturday the 4th of June. Saturday the 18th of June, we'll be playing in Barnsley. And then we've got Halifax on the 2nd of July and Hull on the 8th of July. But all our gigs and stuff, they're all listed on our social media sites, so your Facebooks and Instagrams and all that kind of shit. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. And like I said, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having us out. Thank you, mate.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with the brilliant Dave Luck. Welcome, Dave.
Hey, El. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure being here today. Thanks, everybody, for visiting with us.
My pleasure.
I'm Dave Luck.
Yeah.
I'm Dave Luck, author and musician, here visiting all of you with the wonderful radio presenter, El Young. Nice to meet everybody.
So, Dave, let's get into some questions. As a kid, what were you listening to?
As a little kid, before I could make my own choice in music, I was listening to what my parents were listening to, which was mostly Jimi Hendrix, acid rock of that era. My father was a guitar player himself, pretty decent one as well. And so, his favorite was Jimi Hendrix. He was into Led Zeppelin, Bad Company, things like that. And then my mother had a different kind of flavor. She was more into the moody stuff, like the REO Speedwagon and the Dan Fogelberg, and a little more progressive, a little more emotional. Real big on Bruce Springsteen's old stuff. So I had a pretty varied background growing up. It was a mixture of rock and kind of maybe American folk.
Yeah, cool. So, who actually got you into music? Was it your parents? Was it a sibling or some other family member type of thing?
I'd say it was my DNA that got me, El. I'm a third generation guitar player. My grandmother played on my dad's side, and my dad played, but I was taken away from that part of the family at a very, very young age. So I didn't grow up around them and see them playing, or really was super aware of their playing. So it came to me naturally on its own. A friend in the neighborhood was playing guitar. I saw him doing it, and next thing you know, you're bugging him to hold it, and there's this give and go, this constant struggle of trying to share one guitar while you're both young and breaking through. But it was good times. We were both hungry, and we played till our fingers practically fell off back in those days. But yeah, I would say it was just in my DNA, and a kid growing up was playing near me, so that helped out.
Yeah, cool. So, who actually inspired you to become a musician? Was it, say, Jimi Hendrix or Jimmy Page, or was it somebody completely different?
In the beginning, I was just a guitar player. These days, I'm a lead vocalist, a songwriter, and a lead guitar player. But for many, many years, I was just a guitar player. So I aspired. You did name one of my top two heroes, Jimmy Page. Honestly, the man is a god, in my opinion. He's barely human. He aged amazingly well, and I bet you he could still play almost everything he ever could, even at his age now. Jimmy Page is a genius. He's far beyond me. I don't want to draw any real comparison between me and my hero. That man exists on a level that I don't know if anyone ever else will. But really, Jimmy Page, and on the other side was Dave Mustaine. Very heavy, very aggressive, got the punk and the metal. The heavier edge, that's something that I also bring. So, when you listen to a look song, you may hear a piece of folk in it. You may hear something that sounds Celtic. You might hear something that sounds swampy Southern, or you might get your head taken off. I mean, because I'm so unpredictable. I'm all over the board. That's kind of goes with that infinity symbol in the name. Anything goes when you step into a look song. Be prepared.
Cool. So were you in any previous bands before you started Look?
None really worth mentioning. A garage band when I was a kid called Children of Eden. We were offered a deal with Capitol Records, but we were 19. We won a talent show. Talent Scout took the video back to Nashville, played it for some executives. I received 2 phone calls, one from Killer Records and one from Capitol Nashville. Capitol Nashville wanted us in Nashville the next week in their studios to see what we could provide. But the problem was the previous night before I received the call, there was a 2-day span from winning the contest to receiving the call from this executive. In that 2-day period, the drummer stole my girlfriend and took the bass player and left the band, and they went and joined another band. And it was just chaos. We were kids, In some ways, I'm glad that I didn't step out at that early young age. Now I get to offer a more mature product. I mean, now I'm only just beginning to get on the scene, many, many years later. So I missed the boat when I was a kid, but I'm late to the party. I'll tell you, I'm here to get it. Speaking of party,
yeah.
Gin will make you sin.
Yeah. I've sort of like looked at your Bandcamp page, and you've over the last, I would say, last 2 years or so, you've released quite a few. I would say about what five EPs, 5 albums.
Precisely five, yes, sir.
So could you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing over the last 5 years, 2 years, say since 2021?
Sure, man. This band was formed in late 2019 during the viral shutdown, when the whole world was shut down and we were all locked down. You know what I mean? Nobody was doing nothing. So the guys in my band, they're pretty famous, man. They're already famous in a melodic black metal group that called the Noctambulant. So they were sitting home. They just come off tour from Europe, and I met them online and kind of convinced them to work with me in the beginning. It was tenuous at first, but it was decent. You know, we had a lot of failures in the beginning. You know, at one point I think we almost just fell apart because we really were just strangers. You know, just putting something together on the side. But then it started to become magical, and then it honestly became gelling, and those guys found themselves truly enjoying the side project of Look. So because it's an escape from what they do. I mean, those guys are so heavy. They wear this crazy metal makeup stuff. They look like dead people on stage. So, you know, and they're very heavy. You know what I mean? They're way heavier than anything I do. Even though I can get pretty heavy, but that's a different kind of heavy. So they love working with me, and that's how it began. We've been very active. We put out 4 records together. One of those records on the Bandcamp channel is a solo record from me that's more in the vein of a hip-hop, R&B, maybe a Barry White type record called Infinite Love. I did it for Valentine's Day of this year. It's a collection of hip hop beats with me like singing hip hop type songs. So it's not really a Look record, but there are 4 rock and roll records over there. And 2 of them have come out this year. Unbreakable came out March 28th. So it's honestly still very new and worth talking about in this interview. Killer record. I've been getting airplay around the world on a lot of internet stations with the song Unbreakable. You know, it didn't quite go where I wanted it to go. So I was like, okay, I think the people are ready for a happy, feel-good record. You know, I kind of thought about it. I actually consciously thought about it. I'm like, I just dropped a really heavy record called Unbreakable. It's full of angst, social issues, breakup songs, this kind of stuff, right? Which is cool. That's really what I mostly am. But I thought about it, and I was like, you know, hair metal's kind of coming back. I mean, people are showing me that, you know, Poison's out doing well. Rat's out there. It's my friend Stephen Piercy's out touring on the world doing well. A lot of these guys are doing well from that era of rock and roll. And it's a different flavor of rock and roll. It's a lighter, happier vibe. So I was like, well, what can I do? Well, so I said, let's do the party record. Let's just write a collection of songs that are just feel good party tracks. You could throw it on at a party. Every single song could play because they're all just great, you know, feel good kind of songs, in my opinion. And that's what we did. And I love this record. You know, I think it's our best record. Yeah. I really do. I do. I've heard that from some other people already too, that we've shown growth on each release. And so that's a good way of saying it. I mean, you know, instead of bashing what we did previously, you just say, hey man, you're getting better each time. But I got to work with a 6-time Grammy award-winning producer on one of the songs. I'd like to mention that. Never worked with anybody that big, you know, multi-platinum producer. I paid him a bunch of money, and more than I want to say. But no, Magic Reed came on the team, and he mixed and mastered Cast Your Spell, which is the main lead-off single. And I'm very happy that we got a real professional, high-grade sound with that one. Thanks for having me.
I want to go through like the party record, if you don't mind. Basically, when is it going to be released? Has it been released, or are you planning on releasing it in the next, say, a week or two?
It's currently released on that Bandcamp site. But that's the only place that I release my music right now. I have a YouTube channel with a few videos or whatever. But yeah, the Bandcamp site, you could purchase that if you'd like to. I have a deal on the table with MC1 Sony, but I'm not financially able to take the deal. It's a distribution deal that I have to self-finance, and I'm not willing to go to Kickstarter and beg for money and all this kind of jazz from people. I've never been one to do that. If I can come up with about $6,000, though, I can distribute through Sony and take a real big swing at them. But I ain't there yet with my personal finances. I've spent 20 grand on those records, man. It's been a lot of money, bud. But it's been a lot of fun too, man. You don't look at what you spend and what you make. I've lost almost all that money. It doesn't matter. I do this for the love of the music, for the fun of making it. I'm about to go make another really heavy record, and that makes sense. I'm hungry to make something that is real heavy, down-tuned guitars, double bass beats, just real heavy, guttural growls, spooky singing, some keyboard in there maybe. I'm gonna go crazy on the next one. They asked me to be nice on this one, and I was. No, there's some good tracks on there, man.
Yeah. So can we go through? I guess I think it's how many songs? I did write them down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 songs on Party Record.
There
can
is.
We go right through? Can we go through one by one? See what your process was for each song.
Yeah, man. There's actually was an interesting process to this one that was unique from the other records. The running order that you see is the order that they were recorded in. So as you're experiencing each song come through, it's exactly how I experienced it, creating it. I write all the songs, all the lyrics, all the music, everything. I do all that. But I cannot take credit for the sound of Look. Without those other 2 guys, we would not have this unique sound. That bass player, he is college educated. He is an extremely versatile musician. My bassist is ridiculously talented. So when you listen to the record, you check him out, you're really getting some stuff that sound like Flea visited from Red Hot Chili Peppers, or Geezer Butler visited or something, really good stuff, tasty stuff. But no, the process, the first song was the first song. The second one came along. It was kind of neat. I found the drum beat first, and it's a Motown beat. That's actually a Motown beat, So here I am borrowing from Motown, and so I decided I'm from the same city as James Brown. I actually met him before. We opened up for James Brown, his final performance in Augusta, Georgia, before he died. I had some R&B artists that I managed at the time. They opened up for James. So I got a little connection to him, did some work at his house, kind of caught his vibe, a little bit. So I tried to go James Brown on track 2. When you listen to the opening scream, I'm just channeling James Brown. I mean, it's the same city. He believed that Augusta had a unique magic. I've heard him say it, there's a certain spell over this city that he'd been all over the world. And, our city held a particular magic to him, and a unique magic, and I'm here. So I tell people I'm infected with the same spirit as James Brown was. I can get funky with it, man. So track 2 is all about sex. Yeah, it's just all about sex, man. Really, the whole record's about sex. Honestly, I mean, if you just want to pretty much be honest, even Black Panther is about sex. But no, we'll go through to see. Track 3 is "Fuck at the Beach," if I'm allowed to say that. Sorry. Okay, my bad.
It's all right.
But no, it's basically really simple punk rock track. I mean, just straight, kind of shows you this is some of what I do. I can get real punk with it. I just don't give a fuck sometimes, and it comes across. Sometimes I even sing with a British accent. I don't mean to. I've heard people say that's actually something I'm doing wrong, and I'm like, no, I don't think so. I think it's just something that's just happening. Cool. And on that track, kind of get a little bit of that in the hook. But it's all about grab a bottle, let's go. This party's lame. Let's go fuck at the beach.
The fourth
the premise
song
of the lyrics.
is the fourth song is which is the lead single, as you said, which is "Cast Your Spell." Could you?
Absolutely, it's a sweet one, man.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think this has ever happened, but something happened with that song, man. I sat down with the drum beat here in this same very room that I'm doing this interview with you in, and I got good and high that day on some really good marijuana. And I sat down, I heard the beat once, and I was like, oh, I like that beat. So it turned me on, you know, I was real excited. I rewound the beat. I fretted the chord of A minor. I hit that beat again, and I swear to God, anybody that's listening, I'm not lying to you. Something eerie happened that day. It's never happened in any other song I've ever written. I just started to just play it exactly the same exact way as you hear it on that recording. It never changed. It never grew or morphed or was edited or any of that, molested in any way. That song that you hear recorded is the exact same way that it came out of me from beginning to end the very first time. Musically, the lyrics, they were worked on a little bit, but not really the vocal line itself. I'm telling you, that song is like I already knew how to play the damn thing and just sat down and just did it one day. You know, it was just float, and I knew how to do it perfect after that. It's just amazing, man. That's a story for real. That is the story of the record. The way that thing was birthed. It's, you know, and I'm also an author, and I learned a term from Stephen King called rapid transcendental composition. And Stephen King says he is not skilled at rapid transcendental composition, which the words, if you really listen to them, they tell you what that means. It means that you can go somewhere else and you can go see what you need to see, grab what you need to grab from the creative world, and come back and rapidly spit it out, and it's there. I mean, really there, and it's solid. So that's how I write in my author. I have a book coming out in September also called The Orange Tree, but that's a different world. But I mean, I'm more than just a musician. I write things, you know. I got a shot at Hollywood coming up with a screenplay I'm doing right now called Survive a Shooting. Keanu Reeves is going to be reading it. So, I mean, I make moves, you know. I just stay real busy, El. You know, I don't know. I'm driven by demons or something, man. They push me, make me work hard.
Yeah.
It's all right. All demons aren't bad, man, if you're working hard to get away from them. True. After that is track 5 check this out, man. Track 5 is currently my favorite song on the record, right? But there's a little story behind that too. I was running out of time to finish this thing. Okay, I said the other guys they're headed for tour on Europe. As a matter of fact, they're there right now. This is their first day in Europe to do a tour with a major big death metal band. So they're climbing up big time fast, and so I was running out of time with them to finish the record. So I was like, damn, I was feeling the pressure. You know what I mean? Here I am. I set out to specifically write a fun record. You know, I can't just go grab some other song I had laying around. They're all heavy, angst-driven tracks or whatever. So I was kind of tight, right? I only had one song developed at that point that I even thought was halfway cool, and it was called I Play the Game. But here's the thing. I was doing it live on my Facebook page and working on it live and letting it grow and morph. And, you know, because most of my songs usually they cook and simmer down and they grow a little. That's why I made a big story about Cast Your Spell. It's not changed at all. It's like the old dinosaur that's still out there, you know, hasn't changed a bit. So this song's out there developing, and the fans just kept loading it down with hearts, like an unusual amount of hearts. So I recognized that. I was like, well, all right, you know, maybe I should do this. And so I committed to it for that. So I took it in, I got it down, I sent it down to Florida where the other guys live. And what they did to the song, especially the bass player on that track, man, you guys got to really focus on track 5's bass. It's ridiculous. it blew me away, dude. So here I go from barely in love with a song, reluctantly putting it on the record in a way because I'm out of time, even though the fans are telling me it's great, and I respected that choice. That's why I did it. But these guys down there, they just knocked my dick in the fucking dirt with that, man. And so now it's my favorite song. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah, you know. I went from kind of not loving it to captured by it, you know. So that's a cool one, man. And the last track, Black Pantheress, quick story on that one. That's actually off of our first record, Attrition, the very first record we ever did as a band. It's a re-release from that record because I love that song so much. It doesn't quite fit the party vibe, but it's the last song, so it can stand off to its own. But it kind of leads you into, this is something else we do. It's an advertisement for the heavier stuff. But I thought about it. The storyline is a party record storyline. It's about a insatiable, beautiful black female who sets her sights on a, what would you call him, you know, unknowing white guy. And she will not be deterred until she gets her sexual fill from this gentleman. Starts at a party, obviously, something like that, you could say, and that's the storyline. And if you watch the video on YouTube, I paid some good money to have it animated by a cartoon designer. Kind of tells the story. So it's why it's on there. You know, it fit and it shows off something else. And I love the track. It's great. And those are backward vocals at the beginning. Don't try to figure out what I'm saying. It's backwards.
Yeah. I have.
So there's the rundown on all the songs.
Yeah, I have posted your YouTube link, link to your YouTube channel in the chat. So if you want to check out Dave's
most gracious brother.
videos, go check them out. Yeah. So yeah, cool.
Please, y'all subscribe.
Yeah, I have as well. Yeah, I have subscribed as well. So yeah, go check them out.
Oh, thank you, Al. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. So now that you've released the album Party Record, are you writing any new material, or are you taking a break from it, or are you just like thinking in the background if something comes up in your mind, are you writing stuff down?
The things that are on my quick upcoming future, the boys are on tour for 8 weeks in Europe, so they'll be completely knocked out of the loop till probably close to Christmas. So I say around the first of the year, we'll be able to regroup on a new record, and we will, because that's just how and what we do. You know, we never know how much time we have, El. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You, me, anybody listening to this, you never know how much time. And I'm not trying to be a naysayer or doomsday preacher or anything, man. I'm just saying, if you focus on that fact, you get a little more busy if you really are into this. So we're going to stay busy. We're going to put out a really heavy record, super heavy record next, maybe called Broken Dreams. That's the title that I'm toying with. I'm also in the middle of my first audio book. I've done cast a whole bunch of people, and I've got all these people read their lines and stuff. And we were assembling that audio book when the inspiration for the party record, I wanted to get it out for summer. So we put that to the side. I want to finish my audio book. It's called Crushing in Cancun. It's about 2 young lesbians who get married and go to Cancun, Mexico on holiday. They have an accident, flip over a cliff, land in the ocean. The stronger of the pair of lesbians lands on the beach, unable to save the other one that's inside. A gentleman saves her, and the white knight syndrome kicks in, and the lesbian falls in love with the guy who saved her. And this is a big problem in Mexico on their honeymoon. So stay tuned for that. It ends in tragedy, as you might imagine. All my stories end in tragedy, man. It's just something I do. Call me Shakespeare. His stuff ended in tragedy too, man. I like tragedies. A lot of my songs are tragic too, man, but not all of them. I like to offer hope as well. It's a hard life, but it goes on forever and ever, man. And in all honesty, there's a lot of hope when you think about life goes on forever, even once you leave the flesh. So yeah, man, let's get it on. It's time to party. Everybody go jam on the record, grab a woman, better down to it. Have fun.
So when the guys,
thanks for having me.
When the guys get back from Europe after the 8-week tour that they're on, are you thinking of actually going out on tour yourself to promote the records, or are you just going to just purely do writing and really?
There would have to be a larger demand for Look to book a tour, but we are going to do a show. We've talked about doing one in their hometown of Jacksonville down there, where they're very well connected with a pretty good crowd, and they know the club people and stuff, so they could easily grab us a night, and we've discussed doing that so we could get a live movie filmed of it. There's terms in this industry, and one of the terms, you probably are aware of this being in the industry, is there's a term called the studio band. And I don't want to be a studio band, but right now, Mr. Young, that's what we are. We're a studio band. I mean, you guys heard how we were formed. I'm a side project to a band that's already successful, out touring the world. It's very difficult for them to, just stop what they're doing and come jump in the trenches with Look. But they do give me their all on the records. We in the photo opportunities, they've been in interviews with me previously, so they do help support. I mean, they are involved, and if we can ever get a show, we could record it. Everybody could visit the recording, and those that could be there would be great. And if we could ever break through, yes, we would tour, and they would tour with me. But it's going to require a breakthrough to pull them away from a larger situation.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Yeah.
It is. That's very, because they've worked real hard, yes, to get to where they are.
Yeah. So, this is probably going to be my last question. Is there any advice that you can give to people who want to become a musician?
I think the first thing that would definitely jump to mind is to be true to yourself. There's a curve and a timeline in the industry out there. What you see that's hot in front of your eyes right now is 18 months behind. So if you aspire to go be what is there now, in 18 months, even if you did everything perfect from right this second, right now, and you did everything and jumped in quick, you won't make it in time to catch the curve before it changes. So the only thing that you can honestly do is be real to yourself and hope that you catch that curve naturally, that you're there at the right time, being yourself, true to yourself, and hope it aligns up that way. You can never chase it. If you chase it, you're done before you start. And it'll come across as fake. It'll come across as not lasting. Right now, El, in our industry, man, I don't know if you know this. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I got a tidbit for you, man. And this kind of ties into what you're saying. On the global entertainment dollar that's spent on music, the dollar globally, 95 cents of it automatically goes straight back to the past. And by the past, generally the past in the industry is considered 20 years back or further. Okay. So what that means is that today's music has no real attraction. It has no real grab. It leaves the rest of all new creative artists, including all your Hot 100, everything that you see making money, scrambling to fight for that nickel. 5% of the global entertainment dollar that is spent goes to the current music. 3 years ago, it was 10%. They think the virus and just everything, the way it's going on, cut it again in half in the last 3 years. It went from, we used to get a dime, it used to be 90 cents went to the past. This is why you are seeing the big companies spending $300 million and buying the entire catalog of older artists, because there's something missing, man, in today's music. The human spirit. It's something's wrong, man, and it comes out through the art. I know there's all kinds of people making music now that are going to hate me for saying this, man, but the facts and the stats are there. We're not drawing the money from the past. The past is taking up all the cash, so that that means it's taking up the attention too. I mean, it's not So it is what it is, man. Just stay true to yourself. It's hard to make it now. 95 cents on the dollar goes to the past, and we ain't in the past. You're up here fighting for a nickel. You're fighting for your little tiny sliver of a nickel, and you're up against the biggest names in the world. You're up against the biggest companies that already run the game. It's very difficult to get in. If you have money and you have talent and you have real dedication and a little bit of luck, you can still make it, man. I mean, there's people who do it, there's people who blow up on the internet and get their own following without any real help. That's my goal. That is what I need. I need to make it on my own terms. And that would be good. The labels have heard me, man. Nobody wants to take really a bite. I mean, I've got MC1 Sony offering a distribution deal. But other than that, I've got nobody taking a bite. Nobody can even understand. I'm almost like Frank Zappa. I lose them. In some ways, I feel like I need to grow your ear a little bit just to get with me. That's why I simplified the party record some. I almost bent down a little bit, but I think that's part of feeling good. You don't want to have to listen too hard. So, all right, man. I love y'all so much. I see my battery's almost dead. Go get the party record.
Yeah. So, I mean, this quick. Where can people find you? Are you on I know you're on Facebook. Are you on Twitter? Are you on Instagram? And I know you're on Bandcamp on YouTube. So go check them out on their Bandcamp on YouTube. Are you any other pages? Like social media?
Just the three that you mentioned. I have an Instagram page that some girl runs. I don't even know nothing about it. I don't know. I wouldn't suggest that to anybody. It's out there somewhere. But now, if you want to connect to me directly, anybody sees this interview. I've got plenty of room on my friend list. I'm very peculiar who I accept. There's plenty of room over there. Come send me a friend request. Come follow my professional page on Facebook. Subscribe to my YouTube channel so you keep up with me there as well. And the Bandcamp has all of the music. So I've got 3 platforms right now that you can connect to me. But the most direct, most personal way you want to connect to me for bookings, to get to know me personally, anything like that, get a phone call from me, Facebook. Hit me up on Facebook. That's my spot.
Cool. So I'll let you go there, Dave, because as your battery's starting to go.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Dave.
It's definitely going.
Thank you, Dave. So thank you, Dave. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Brother L. I so appreciate you doing this, man. God bless you.
Yeah, you too.
I hope you live forever.
That's the plan.
All right. That's the plan for everybody.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Good night.
Catch you later, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with the absolutely amazing Steph the Old Nerd.
Hey up everyone, how y'all doing?
Oh God, I've been waiting for this. Yeah, same here. I'm so glad I've got you on. I've been wanting to get you on for quite a while now.
It's been a long time coming, but we got there in the end. We're here.
Oh,
Merry
yes.
Christmas, everyone.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. So, for those people who don't know who you are, introduce yourself.
I am your nerdy alternative to royal gossip and news, largely on the misadventures of the gruesome twosome, otherwise known as Hazza and Megxi, and for the uninitiated, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. And so, yeah, that's what I do on the Steph the Alter Nerd channel. We are expanding the Alter Nerd universe, and I'm going to be launching 2 new channels shortly called Fitness Nerds and Political Nerds. With Political Nerds, I'm your nerdy alternative guide from Washington, D.C. to Westminster. I have a degree in international relations and security studies. A lot of that was on politics and conflict resolution. And so I thought I might as well put my degree to good use. So Political Nerds is coming. And Fitness Nerds, say hello to a new you through nutrition, exercise, and well-being. I've been on a bit of a fitness kick the last couple of years, and I thought, you know what? I might as well pass on everything that I've learned to you guys. And I do have a partner who's a qualified fitness instructor, so I might as well use him in the mix as well. So, yeah, that's who I am. Hey up, everyone. Let's have some fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let's have some fun, yeah. Yeah, so, hey up, Mr. Pucks, how you doing there, dude?
He's doing all right. He's just downstairs at the moment, chilling out, watching some TV.
Cool. Yeah, so, Steph, got you on to talk about your not only your favourite band, Alter Bridge, talk about music in general. So could you tell us? Let me see. Could you tell us about the history of how your channel came about and the name?
Okay. I know why you asked this. Okay, so how my channel came about. So giving you a little bit of a condensed version of it all. So I started off helping out Andy, my big brother, over on Popcorn Planet. And less than a year in, I was teaching myself all about YouTube, how it all works. So titles, thumbnails, descriptions, learning about things like SEO, so that's search engine optimization, and other bits of jargon as well. We won't get into, I won't bore you with details. And then the next up, I thought, you know what? I want to apply that myself to a YouTube channel so I can learn even more through it. So through me learning on a practical sense, I could be more useful then to Andy. And so alongside 2 other mates, we created the Planet of Nerds. Again, won't bore you with details, but a few months after that, I decided to go out on my own and created Steph the Alter Nerd. Now, where Steph the Alter Nerd came from was when myself and my 2 friends were creating this joint channel. We were thinking of names to call ourselves, like internet names, right? Rather than using our real names. And for me, I didn't know what it would be, right? I didn't really have a clue. But we all knew that my favourite band was Alter Bridge and still is. And I'm a nerd in a range of things. I'm a political nerd, I'm a fitness nerd, I'm a comic book nerd. I got some comic books behind me. I'm a TV film nerd. Like, oh my goodness, I can go in. And we were just like, just collectively, we just reached the whole Steph the Alter Nerd moniker, and it stuck to this day. And so here we are, thanks to Alter Bridge, really, at the end of the day. They were the inspiration behind it. Yeah,
cool. Yeah, so going on to sort of like Alter Bridge, you totally love the band. What got you into them?
Funny story. My ultimate favourite band is Queen. I have all their albums, all their live albums, all their live DVDs. I literally have on my back a tattoo of part of the Queen crest, which is the phoenix, and that symbolises Freddie Mercury. And I get a lot of inspiration from Freddie. And I was in the shop one day and I saw a Kerrang magazine, and on the front page of it was, who I didn't know at the time, but in the end I did, Miles Kennedy. And the headline was something along the lines of, paraphrasing here, but I get a lot of inspiration on stage by channeling Freddie Mercury, like something along those lines. And that instantly got my antenna up. I'm like, dude is showing mad respect to Freddie Mercury. Let me buy this magazine and read this interview. Like, I'm interested. Call me interested. I read the interview, and this was during their run of AB3, their third album. I read the interview. I was hooked. I downloaded all their albums up to that point. Hooked on every single one. I was like, wow. Like, it just got better and better and better each album, and it continues to do so to this day, up to their current one, which is Kings and Pawns, or Pawns and Kings, should I say. And yeah, that's how I got into it. As soon as I was hooked to their music, I went online and I was like, I've got to see them live. And at the time, they were just playing in Europe, but then finally they were playing in the UK, and I saw them live for the first time in Birmingham. And to this day, I still have the USB recording of the show that I was able to buy from them. Just a magical experience. So yeah, that's how I got into them.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, there's been like a lot of comments in the chat there from Aussie Woman 581 saying, my late brother used to listen to Queen. Lisaboo saying, I love Queen too. So, yeah, a lot of people here, myself included, say love Queen. Yeah, so, yeah. Out of all the Alter Bridge albums, what is your favourite?
Oh, dude. It chops and changes a lot, I have to admit. What would be my favourite? Give me a moment. That's a really hard question because I love them all. That's the problem. Do you know what? If I was on a desert island and if I had to pick one, that's how I'm going to approach this question. I think for me, it would probably be Walk the Sky. The reason being is because it's a much more like positive album from Alter Bridge. I mean, you can go to any of their albums and you're going to get positive tracks from them. But this one really stood out. Walking on the Sky in particular, that track, there's a part in there towards the end that just brings me to tears because the way that it's all composed sonically, it just gives me that feeling, that overwhelming feeling of just freedom and serenity. And so, yeah, Walk the Sky would be my Alter Bridge Desert Island disc if I had to choose one.
Cool. I'll have to check that one out. Check that one out. So, I know you've been to several of the Alter Bridge gigs.
Yeah.
What was your... and you've actually got to meet them a couple of times from what I remember. What is your favourite Alter Bridge gig you've been to?
Oh, hands down, the one in Florida that I went to. So it's a funny story how that all came about. So it was about just short of 2 years ago. So 2 years next month, I went to Florida. And the way that all came about was I saw them a couple of months prior in Manchester. And it was just around about the time where I had left my ex, moved into my new home, and it was the next stage of Steph, as Andy likes to call it. And after I'd seen them in Manchester, I messaged Andy and I'm like, I wonder what it'd be like seeing them in their hometown because they're from Florida. And he was like, it's probably going to be a different kind of like vibe. Like, all right. couple of days later, I've literally booked my flight tickets, booked the concert ticket to go see them in Florida, Tampa. I think it was the Hard Rock Hotel in Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. And that was the best gig ever because A, I got to see them pretty much in their home state, apart from Miles. He's not from Florida, but the rest of them are. But B, it was great to be there with Andy, my big brother. We went to, I think it was called the Sweet Factory first. And oh my goodness, like that place is insane. Like I've never been to anything like it before. Definitely not diet Slimming World friendly, that's for certain. But as a one-off, wonderful experience, I tell you. So went there first, and then when we got to the actual gig, Andy surprised me because he was able to, through his contacts, get us in with VIP access to see, you know, the sound check and all that lot, which we were able to do. And so, yeah, and then being at the gig, we were there front row, enjoying it all together. It was a pretty special time. So, yeah, that would be my favourite Alter Bridge gig.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it was through you actually. Through you. I started to listen to Alter Bridge. I'm really starting to like them because of you. Yeah.
What's your favourite so far that you've listened to?
It's been a while since I've been. Well, I wouldn't say it's been a while, but it's been a couple of songs. So I get that many submissions from bands and. It's hard to remember all of them because I've got about 5,000, 6,000 bands with about it's hard to remember everything. So I need to get back into listening to them again. So especially the one that you've just mentioned, the album. Yeah, that one.
The album's called Walk the Sky. There's a track specific on there called Walking the Sky. Yeah. Gives me a lot of the feels, that one.
Cool. Well, just write that down. Walk Sky, right, yeah. So I wrote that down and I'll check it out and get that I'll listen to that later on. So now where are we? I've got my phone and everything, so I've got all the questions written down. What other bands do you like?
Oh my goodness. Well, my musical tastes are quite eclectic, really, in the grand scheme of things. And so, you know, I have gone through many phases of musical taste in my life, but in each and every phase, I've still held on to it and still listen to some of it to this day. So like my emo phase, so Alkaline Trio, for example, My Chemical Romance, I like Audio Slave, Avril Lavigne, when I first started to get into music, I was like 10, 11 years old, and I went into Spice Girls, Steps, S Club 7. I'm probably swearing at you right now, but you know what? To this day, I still listen to them. Like, screw you all. I don't give a shit. I still listen to that music, and I still enjoy it. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, I'm all there for it, okay? But, you know, I like... old style rock as well, so you know the likes of T-Rex in the 70s all the way going up to the 80s and 80s synth, so you've got Eurythmics, Aha, that kind of thing. The 90s, generally speaking, I miss out a lot, apart from the Britpop kind of era, which again was like the Spice Girls and whatnot. I didn't really like the grunge, so I'm really sorry. Total respect to them, but I just don't like Nirvana. I'm just not a big fan of them, really, in that regard. But yeah, and then, you know, if we're going to go to kind of like present day, Coldplay, Alter Bridge, a little bit of Bruno Mars, but generally speaking, I don't really like a lot of present day music. The only one, if you're really going to go into it, is Taylor Swift. I'm not a Swiftie, not like a big, massive Swiftie where I'm wearing the bracelets and all that, and I have to go to the Eras tour. I'm not really like that at all. But, you know, I do like her music. So, yeah. And I love gothic rock music as well. So, Lacuna Coil, massive one because they're Italian, and I'm like, yeah, some Italian musicians there because I am dual nationality. I'm British, but I'm also Italian as well. But I also like Evanescence. So, yeah, my musical tastes are quite eclectic. So there you go. That's just a little bit of an overview of my iTunes really library there.
It's very. I think a lot of people here is very eclectic. I've been listening to music for all my life, right ever since the 70s, and Lacuna Coil is one of my favourite bands of all time. So I know exactly where you come from with Lacuna Coil. I managed to get and see them 5 times, and twice in 2 days.
Dude, you're able to get any more tickets? Sort me out.
I'll try. I know the Lacuna. Yeah, I'll try. I know they're doing the tour next year. Hopefully if we get. Well, last time I saw them twice in 2 days, I was on the guest list on the second day because I was going talking to the support band, Straight Line Stitch, and they invited me down to Birmingham.
Decent. All right, fair play, yeah.
So,
well, I even like a little bit of like R&B and rap. Like, you're talking Destiny's Child. You're talking even Eminem. I like Eminem. I've liked him ever since I was young. I was about 12, 13 years old. And he was, starting off with his Slim Shady era. Like, I remember coming home I went to HMV after school, and I came home with the Marshall Mathers LP, and I felt so good. I kind of felt a little bit naughty as well because of the parental advisory sticker on there and everything, right? And my mum was like, "Oh, what album you got?" I'm like, "Oh, it's just Eminem." She didn't know what I was at the time. And my brother, being my brother, was like, okay. He literally played the first couple of seconds of the first part of the LP, which is literally goes, guys, can I swear on here or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
If you don't like my shit, then you can suck my dick. Cause I was high when I wrote this, so suck my dick. It literally starts off with that. And my mum obviously listened to that and she didn't need to listen to any more. And she forced me to send it back to HMV and get a refund. And so I then was able to skirt around that by somehow being able to get the Eminem singles. And so the first single I got was The Way I Am. And I would listen to that nonstop to school and back. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
When she was younger. Oh, well.
Yeah, that's nothing that compared to my mother. I don't know if you know the band Sepultura.
No.
Anyway, Sepultura, a little brief story. Sepultura is a Brazilian thrash metal band, and they came out with an album called Roots. I bought the single Roots, Bloody Roots. It basically sings about the slave trade in Brazil. And Max Calavera actually sings about the injustices of the people. When I was playing it, my mother turned around and says, "Bloody hell, that's satanic! That is." He was really like guttural, really singing guttural. like a growl. I was like, "Ma, do you know what the story's about?" I was like, I still don't care. I still don't care. It's satanic, even though it's supposed to be a thrash, even though it's like a thrash band.
Yeah.
So
it's with that back in the day, like, you know, Judas Priest and Kiss as well. What was it? Black Sabbath. They were turning around and being like, if you played it backwards, there were like secret satanic kind of messages that would unfold, blah, 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 blah. I suppose the most obvious one in terms of present day would be Marilyn Manson. But it could be further from the truth. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, what the deuce? But yeah, anywho.
Yeah, with Black Sabbath, that was more from personal experience. Because if you listen to Geezer Butler, who was the primary songwriter for Black Sabbath, as in one of the songs, I think one of the songs, I can't remember which one, but it's like, he says, "What is when Ozzy sings, what is this that just stands before me?" It was Geezer who had a ghost appear to him at the bottom of his bed. So it all goes down to personal experiences.
True.
So is it okay to ask you a question from the chat?
Of course.
Jane, where's it gone? Oh, yeah, here you go. Jane says, is Steph a fan of U2?
Nah. Can't stand Bono and his preachy shit. Like, what he's trying to stand for, I get. Like, of course, fair play, but he comes across all wrong. I'm just not. No thanks. Goodbye. Move on.
Yeah, I can't. Don't get us wrong. I like some of the music, but I just can't, I'm like with you. Can't stand Bono. Can't stand him.
I'm okay if it's like a one-off. Like if you're gonna do like a one-off political album, right? Like Alter Bridge did, with their I think it was like their fourth or fifth album, The Last Hero. Or you do a one-off song, whatever, and you want to make it political and whatnot. Okay, fair enough. But to me, it just feels like Bono is doing it in every single song, in every single album. Whenever there's an excuse to do it, he's going to do it. And it just bores the heck out of me.
Yeah. Well, I never particularly Bono ever since the Live Aid album. Not the Live Aid, the Band Aid album song. Yeah, especially with
the bit that really though turned me off to them was, if you remember a couple of years ago, U2 had released an album, but they did this deal with Apple Music whereby it would automatically be downloaded to every single iPhone. And I was like, dude, no. That's just way beyond the line. If I want music on my phone, I will download it myself. Don't try and force feed me this music.
Yeah.
Get fucked.
Yeah. You can, most certainly can. Yeah. So, yeah. You got no arguments from me. Yeah. So we've got another question from Lisaboo. She asks, what is Steph's favourite song?
My favourite song is by Queen, Bohemian Rhapsody. But a lot of people always pretty much choose that song anyway. And so if I was to choose another favourite song, then it would be by Alter Bridge. And it would be, oh my goodness, what's it called now? Calm the Fire, which is from their Fortress album back in 2013, which was their fourth album that they released. The reason being is because right at the beginning, Miles enters into the track with this insane falsetto. It's unreal. Like, it's amazing. I've never been lucky enough to hear that live at all. And if I do, my life on earth would be complete.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Lisaboo. Where are we? What gigs are you looking to, have you been to, I should say?
The only gigs that I've been to are my Alter Bridge gigs. And one gig, which was The Killers, which was like my first year of university. So you're talking back in 2006, which was their Sam's Town era. That's pretty much it. Other than that, I've been to, the indie gigs in the city centre and whatnot, at the little like indie clubs and whatnot. But yeah, that's it. The only gigs I'll go to now really are Alter Bridge. No one else really will get me to do it.
I was going to ask you about, are you looking forward to any other gigs?
Just when Alter Bridge come back to UK. That's pretty much it.
Cool. All right. Got another question from Jane, because I was going to ask this later on. What best movie soundtrack you ever heard?
Okay, there's two. There's The Breakfast Club, which is actually my favourite movie in the whole wide world. I just love that. And the other one is The Greatest Showman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good choices.
Yeah, there you go.
Good choices. And we got Mic Drop Lisa's in the chat.
Hey up, Mic Drop Lisa!
And she has asked the question, what is Steph's favourite movie?
Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club. Absolutely love that movie, which is quite interesting because I love horror movies. Like, the gorier the better, right? I love the Saw films and all that lot. But no, it's The Breakfast Club for me. And the reason being is because it brings like 5 students from the different sectors, different sects of, let's say, high school all together in one room for a period of time that they wouldn't have been together otherwise. And you see them interact and learn about each other and break down the misconceptions of who people think they are to actually them finding out who they really are. And yeah, it's just a fascinating kind of watch into seeing these characters break down the stereotypes and break through all that to see the real person beyond that. And so, yeah, philosophically, that movie has a lot in it. So, yeah.
Yeah, cool. I've seen The Breakfast Club several times, and it's a brilliant movie. Brilliant movie. It's probably one of the best Brat Pack movies on the going around since the 80s, right in the 80s anyway.
I would say so. I mean, the only other one to me that would come close is St. Elmo's Fire, but to me, The Breakfast Club wins hands down.
Is that Emilio Estevez in that one?
Yeah, they're all in it.
Yeah.
With
cool.
Demi Moore. Demi Moore's in that one.
Yeah. I just couldn't remember which. I know Pretty in Pink, St. Elmo's Fire and The Breakfast Club. They were sort of like Demi Moore, Charlie Sheen. Or not? Was Charlie Sheen in them? I know his brother Emilio was in there. Oh, yeah. I'm dying. Going off a tangent. Yeah. So anyway, So I've got to ask. I've literally got to ask. The Jeff Beck, Johnny Depp gig.
Go on.
What was your experiences from that gig?
Very surreal. The moment that Johnny Depp walked out, pointed at every single one of us in the front row and was like, I recognize you. I see you guys. Hey up, Popcorn Crew. We were like, oh, dude. It was, yeah, absolutely insane. But beyond that, Jeff Beck was an absolute master at what he did. He was taken away from us too soon. I was absolutely impressed with his, playing, and oh my goodness, the bass player that he chose for the gig, she was freaking incredible. And it was insane because Jeff Beck, he gave them all their own moment to shine and kind of riff and do a solo. That bass player in particular, she'll always stick out for me because it was just insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some of the footage. I think Andy released it.
Yeah.
I think Andy released it, and yeah, they're all Jeff Beck, Johnny Depp, the backing musicians. Everything about that gig was absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect in that in the grand scheme of things.
All the stars aligned. It was absolutely insanely amazing. And then afterwards, when Johnny Depp called Andy to go backstage, we were all staying up, and we stayed up till about 2-3 o'clock. We were in the casino, and Andy then came over, met us, and we sat down around this table, I remember, and he just started chatting and talking to us about what happened in the meeting and everything. And we were like, our jaws just continuously started to drop further and further to the floor. It was a moment, definitely a moment.
Yeah. Now, Andy asked Johnny about that message to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually got a message from Johnny Depp. He was like, hey up, love. I'm like, oh, dude, he knows a bit of Yorkshire. I'm like, yes. It was like, yeah, that'll do for me. Like, that, my life's complete then at that point. But yeah, he was like, hey up, love. So you couldn't make it with us now, but hopefully next time and all that lot. And I'm like, do you know what? It don't matter. This little personal message from you is everything to me. Like, I'm fine with that. He knows of my existence. I'm okay. I'm all right.
If Johnny Depp played in the UK, whether it be with Hollywood Vampires or like a solo tour, would you go and see him?
I did actually see them last year, Hollywood Vampires. The reason why I didn't really mention it earlier on is because it upsets me because it was the night that Corey passed.
Yeah.
Just before they came on, I saw online that he had passed away, and it just completely put a cloud over it all. And when Johnny Depp came out onto stage, I could tell he obviously knew, he'd obviously known, and it just won. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was sad about Corey. He was one cool dude. Right. Have you got any other bands that you would definitely recommend to people?
Alter Bridge. Queen. Yeah. Whenever anyone says what band would recommend, I instantly go to Walter Bridge. I'm very loyal that way.
Yeah.
Ridiculous as well.
Yeah. So, before we start wrapping things up, what is coming up in the new year for you? I know you've got like your main channel, but you've also got the politics nerd channel and the fitness channel. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So, Political Nerds. That's the first channel that's going to be. Well, it's already launched, but new content coming soon. So, I have a degree in international relations and security studies. That essentially is all about politics, conflict resolution, the art of negotiation, sociology. My dissertation was in the ethics and philosophy of international terrorism. And I initially did that degree because I wanted to get into the police force, do my 2 years probation, and then from there get fast-tracked into the counter-terrorism unit and analyse the intelligence coming through. Fortunately, life had another kind of path for me. And I say unfortunately because around about that point, I got hit by pancreatitis, which I still suffer from to this day. What that means is that, unfortunately, I can't get into the police force because I wouldn't be able to pass the physical. And the counter-terrorism unit only recruit from within. They don't recruit from outside. So I've had to find another path and another way and purpose in life for me to work kind of situation. And this whole YouTube situation just kind of fell into my lap. And so now that I've built up Steph the Alter Nerd and that, luckily, and I'm very grateful for it as being a success, I now want to branch out and expand the Alter Nerd universe. And one of the things I want to do more is incorporate my degree more. I have been doing it a little bit on my main channel with the amateur, linguistic analysis from time to time that I do, but I really want to go all in with my degree and get that more focused on another channel. And that's where Political Nerds comes in. Fitness Nerds is more of I've been on a fitness kick for the last couple of years, and I just want to kind of go in and just give you guys my knowledge of what I've learned works for me, what doesn't work for me. Mr. Fox is a qualified personal trainer, so you'll be hearing from him from time to time as well about it all. And so, yeah, two other loves that I like, Political Nerds and Fitness Nerds. So, yeah, in we go with all that, with the expansion of the Alter Nerd universe, and hopefully more channels to come even after that. We'll see.
Yeah. So, well, it's getting on for about 40 minutes now, and let's start wrapping things up. So, any final words?
Make sure you subscribe to Project Metal Music for more awesome interviews like this. Maybe I might be invited on for part 2 if I'm lucky. Make sure you hit that like button, all right, and comment down below, because when you hit that like button and you comment on the videos, it helps the creator, it helps Eli, because the more comments and the more likes Eli gets, the more YouTube sees it and thinks, oh, a lot of people like this video and stream. A lot of people are commenting. That's engagement. Let's push it out even more and get even more people to know and discover Eli and Project Metal Music. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to him. Do needs to get to 1,000 to be halfway there, to be next level YouTube legit and be able to monetize this channel. So let's help him get there.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Steph. Yeah, we're really close to getting to monetized now. Really close to getting monetized. So I think we're 260 a year from now, I think.
Yeah, you're pretty close now. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, any help will be a major. Any sort of any new subscribers will be a big help. Big help. So, Steph, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a complete pleasure finally getting you on. So, thank you so much. Yeah, and definitely you'll be getting back on again.
Good.
Definitely be. So, yeah, and go subscribe if you haven't done already. Go subscribe to Steph the Alter Nerd. So, yeah, she's brilliant. She's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So, until next time, guys, we'll catch you all later.
to Project Metal Music. Join the fun. Chat with the bands. Ask them questions, chill out and relax.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Young, and we are here with the absolutely brilliant Absinthe Green. Welcome, Absinthe.
Hello, nice to see you here. Thank you for inviting me to your show.
My pleasure, my pleasure. So, Absinthe, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, okay. My name is Irini, or else known as Absinthe Green, and I'm the singer, songwriter, and producer of this band called Absinthe Green. This was actually my stage name many years ago, as I started off as a bassist, but I took this name and I made it to a band because it was like something very, very personal to me. So that's why the band has my own stage name, Absinthe Green.
Cool, cool. So let's dive into some questions. So, as a child, what were you listening to?
It's funny because I grew up in a very musical home, a very musical household, because my parents would listen to everything from classical music to jazz, blues, and a lot of rock and metal. Actually, it's my dad's fault that I started, with a hard sound, because he was a very big hard rock and metal fan. So he introduced me to metal by exposing me to Black Sabbath and also different other bands, but I think like Black Sabbath, The Damned, and all these other kind of like darker sound and aesthetics band that are the most important and the kind of the basis upon which I started building my own aesthetic and sound as a musician, and as a fan as well. Yeah.
Cool. Apart from your parents getting you into listening to music, was there anybody else who actually say, "Oh, listen to this band," or "Oh, listen to that band"? Who have you got? Any other people, or was it like a journey of self-discovery after that?
It was mostly self-discovery, actually. I was lucky enough to live in this day and age where we didn't have the internet and all the streaming platforms. So I was really just getting my pocket money, and I was waiting, to get some money out of my allowance so that I can go to the record shop and just look at the records, and just judging mostly because of the artwork and all that, to just make the discovery. Sometimes it was amazing, sometimes it was something that was not my cup of tea, but as you may also know, it was very important and crucial to discovering new sounds at that time, back then.
Cool. So, out of all the music and bands that you've listened to over the years, who was your main influence to say, "I want to become a bassist, I want to become a singer, I want to become a musician in general"?
This is a very cool but also difficult question, because I started wanting to become a musician at a very early age. Like when I was 4 years old, I was already in a music school, because I started playing music as a little kid. So I started like at 3 years old with keyboards, with piano, and then I just jumped to guitar, to actually classical guitar. But I was very much exposed to bands like Deep Purple, like The Doors, like Janis Joplin and all that. And this kind of feeling, the chemistry, the way they would express themselves was something that I was always admiring. And I was like, how the hell, they're giving me goosebumps. This is exactly what I want to do. This is exactly the feeling that I want to give to the other people and to share with the audience. So maybe it was like one of these kind of starting figures, also David Bowie. But this was very, I think, subconscious and kind of, not so straightforward at that time of my life.
Yeah.
But these continue to be my idols and the idols of so many other people nowadays.
Yeah. Cool. Cool. So, were you before you started Absinthe Green? Were you in any other bands prior to that?
Actually, I originally come from Greece, but I was living in Germany for many years. And I've been in a couple of bands there. And then I started doing session work as a musician and producer, and mostly as a bassist. So I've been part of different acts in Germany, but this was mostly session work. Of course, I loved playing with other bands, but it was about time at some point to just do the thing with my signature called Absinthe Green.
Cool. Cool. So, what have you been up to, especially over say the last 12 months?
Oh, in the last year, actually, we are preparing to launch our debut album, something that's been long awaited by our fans and the people who are following us. But we had the unlucky situation of falling into a very bad contract, which we came out of. And we can luckily say that finally on December, we're going to have our debut album out. Until then, we have shows ready to happen, different releases. We had a release last month. We're going to have another release this month on the 21st of March, actually. And we've been actually touring and gigging nonstop, preparing a lot of cool material and audio visuals to our tracks, because that's something that I like to do. I always like giving an image to the sound. So that's what we've been doing in the last months, and that's what we will be doing building up to September, when our album will be finally released.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. So, could you tell us a little bit about the new album? How many tracks is there on the album?
What about the tracks? Sorry?
How many tracks are there on the new album?
It's going to be 11 tracks. I started working on this album as a concept back in 2016. So this is like all the work piled up. Back in 2020, I came back to Greece and I came together with the band, took a couple of changes in the band members' front, but we're solid as we are right now. And we did the production together with Hili Hilesmak, which is one of my favorite people to work together with. He's a renowned Finnish producer who's done work for bands like him, Lordi, Sentenced, and many other bands. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that everything he put out musically was something that really deeply resonated with me as an artist and as a musician and also as a fan. So when we communicated, and I've seen how easy it was to work with him, it was like very refreshing and very amazing how flowing it was, how natural it came. So I can't wait for the people to listen to this work. Some of the songs are already out of the album because we've released already a few singles, but I can't wait for the people to experience this as a whole body of work, as it was intended from beginning to end.
Cool. You've recently, I think you said last month, or I think it was about 2-3 weeks ago now, the song Same Old Fire.
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Actually, this is a song that I don't even know. I think I've written it back in the 2016, and it's a song about this longing of some things that still are sparking. There's this old fire that's sparking, like the things that you want to forget, but you can't because they're strong and they're just burning up inside of you. So it's a song about longing and about some hope that's not lost. The thing is that when I wrote this song, I had it in my mind as a duet. I had a great friend, Warl Dane. I don't know if you know him, of the band Nevermore and Sanctuary. Such an amazing person and friend and personal muse. And if you listen to the chorus, I think if you know his voice, you know what was intended for him. But unfortunately, we couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he passed, and we were not able to do it together. And this song, like, in the end, came out to be such a meaningful song that's underlining his absence in a way. But it's really that, like, the same old fire that will never burn out. And that's also like my thoughts on my friend, because he is so important to me, and he will always burn brightly in my heart. And I don't think that anyone will ever forget him. Yeah. So in the end, this song is a homage to him.
Yeah. So, have you sort of like writing any new material to like do a follow-up album?
The thing is, I have a lot of material that's in a very primary state. I have material for 2 more albums, and Healy, the producer that we worked with, he really was eager. After we finished this album, he already asked me to do an EP coming after that. And this will all come in time, because right now I'm so busy doing shows. Last month we were also in Finland and Sweden. We went there to do a couple of shows. They were amazing shows, such an amazing, warm audience that we played to for the first time. And Finland is like one of my most favorite places to play at. It was a dream come true, because I really love this country. Sweden as well. Sweden was an unexpected, amazing audience experience. I really couldn't fathom how warm and amazing these people would be, and how well they would receive our album. So I have a lot of new music that I can't work on just now, because I have so many different things to do. Like right now we're releasing a cover on the end of the month. Next month another song, and then another song, and then another song, and then we have the album release. So I can't wait for this circle of the things getting released to happen, so that I can finally, maybe during the summer, sit down and do the pre-production to the new songs. Cool. I can't wait for that as well.
Cool. So you mentioned that you've been on tour doing concerts and stuff like that. I've got a question from my brilliant moderator, Aussie Ann 2025. She asks, any plans to travel abroad to outside of Europe? To like say go down to Australia or to North America?
Well, we have already traveled in different countries. In Europe, we did our UK tour, and we have another UK tour in September, I believe. We don't have any specific concrete plans to travel outside Europe, but of course, we would love to, and we can't wait for this to happen. We would really love to travel. Actually, I don't want to even name a country. We would love to travel anywhere, But of course, the States, America, of course, we would love to travel there, because we have fans coming from there. But anywhere, seriously, like, we want to spread the noise of Absent Green. Everyone would be an honor to visit any country, really.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, thank you, Ozzy, for that. So going on to for the new album that's coming out in September, is there any sort of like plans on bringing out merchandise for that album?
Of course, I mostly try to have new merch with each new song, with each new single. So you can imagine that, of course, for the album, we're going to have merch of the album. But if you see, like, if you check our Bandcamp and our website, absentgreen.com, we always have something special, even limited edition. We try to always just put something out that's collectible and special and limited edition to each song. Like, for example, with Same Old Fire, I had this idea to just put out some lighters that say Same Old Fire, you know, because it's fire. So yeah, funny story, some of our lighters were detained actually at the control because I forgot to pack them in my checked in luggage. So I just lost like 30 of them on our trip to Sweden and Finland. But anyway, we have a lot more. And yeah, I'm always trying to just have something special out for the hardcore fans who want to collect special items with each release.
Cool. Yeah, so yes, sort of like staying on the merchandise. I know some of my subscribers normally want me to ask this: is there any sort of like plans on bringing out vinyl records?
Yes, actually, yes. And it's funny because the first physical release of the album will be a vinyl record. So the CDs are also happening, physical CDs. But the first and foremost, vinyls are coming out. And they're going to be special edition. 180 grams, amazing quality vinyl with some green and smoke. It's not going to be plain. So yeah, we're going to have that in limited edition. I'm excited. I'm getting ready to actually get some test pressings any day now. So I'm eager to get them and test them.
Yeah, cool. So look, Aussie on 2025 says low finals. So same here. Final.
Who doesn't? If you're like a music fan of the olden years, of course, it makes more sense to have vinyls.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so normally I get people ask this question. What is your favorite song to play live, whether it be your own music or a cover version of a cover song?
To be honest, I mostly like playing my own songs, and I love it when the people resonate and click with that. I don't have a specific favorite one. I think it depends on the time and the vibe of the audience, but I have to say that Same Old Fire is a song that really resonates with the audience. And it's a song that I always ask the audience to turn on their so-called flashlights. You know, now we have the flashlights of the phones, so it's not the real ones, but yeah, I love it because you have a sea of lights over. And I remember last time I was talking about how I want to have a very safe space for everyone in our shows. And I always ask people to come together and embrace each other in the song. And there were two girls who were kissing each other in the front of the stage. And I felt that it was so special because love is love and people shouldn't be afraid to show who they are. So for me to have people expressing their love and their emotions in my show is a win-win situation. Is really what I'm striving for as an artist and as a person in general in this world. So this was an amazing experience for me.
Cool, cool. Yeah, it's always good to have like a nice safe place for anyone in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Except if you're fascist and homophobic and all these phobias and isms, then you can fuck all the way off. I'm sorry, can I swear? Is it allowed?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
All right. Perfect. But you catch my drift, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nearly lost him. Nearly lost me.
Yeah, just exactly
Yeah.
at the point where I was saying that we are being censored.
Yeah, it's the internet connection's a bit bit iffy at the minute. It's the weather we've been having. Yeah, it's like I said, it's like spread love, not hate.
Exactly. That's exactly what it comes down to. Exactly what you said.
Yeah. So, are you sort of like going out on back out on tour again? Any dates? Any dates coming up?
I don't remember the exact dates, but yes, we have a UK tour that's gonna happen in the end of September. We try to fit Scotland also in there. We'll see if this happens, and we're gonna build up the dates around that, I guess. Yeah, and we have also some individual shows until the end of the summer.
Cool. And you can actually find the dates on your website.
Yeah. absentgreen.com. Anyone can go there and find the tour dates, the news, anything. And they can also send us a message and connect with us.
Cool. So, where can people find you on social media? We've just spoken about your website, but have you got Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, places like that?
Yeah, of course, they can find us on Facebook, Absent Green Music, I think. You can find all the details of the social media on our website, absentgreen.com. But yeah, I think it's Absent Green Music on Facebook. And on Instagram, it's Absent Green Rocks. This is the band one. My personal one is Absent Green. And yeah, we have an X Twitter. We're not using it anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, anywhere around there, like Facebook, Instagram, anyone can find us there.
Yeah, cool. So, guys, for anybody who is in the chat, if you've got any more questions, please ask away. We're going to start wrapping things up in about the next 5-10 minutes or so. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
Don't do it. No, I'm kidding. I of course don't want to, especially when I'm talking with younger people. I want to encourage them to this, but really, I'm making music because I can't exist without making music. So I feel like my biggest advice is to not give up, to be true to yourself, to practice to become better than yourself any given day, and to aim high. And don't be disappointed and disheartened when things don't work out the way they should. It's a very difficult industry. It's a very difficult, I don't know how to call it. Like it's a very, very difficult calling. And not everyone appreciates how important the art and music is in general. Because if there was no art and music, many people wouldn't exist. There wouldn't be such beauty in the world. So I feel like just do it if you can't live without it. And just do it for you. Don't do it in order to get paid or stuff like that. It's very difficult out there. But I feel like if you're true to yourself, that's more than enough. And practice. That's all I can say right now.
Sound advice there. Sound advice. Any sort of like final words before we start wrapping things up?
Thank you so much for inviting me here. It was a pleasure to have this chat with you.
Yeah, my pleasure, Absinthe.
And hopefully we'll see you in one of our shows in the future. Who knows?
Yeah, hopefully. If one of the dates is close to where I am, I'll be straight there. I'll be right
Where are you? Where do you live?
Yeah, in the northeast of England, a place called Sunderland.
Oh, Sunderland.
Yeah.
Amazing. I have a book. It's called Alice in Sunderland.
Yeah, that's the basis of the book Alice in Wonderland, and Alice Through the Looking Glasses was actually written in Sunderland.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'd love to visit. Would be lovely to go and play there.
Cool. Yeah, and Absinthe, thank you so much for coming on, and it's been a total pleasure to actually speaking to you.
It's the same for me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, guys, go check out Absinthe Green. I've put all the links to the band's social media, such as like Facebook, Instagram, and the website, in the description. So please go check them out. I've been sort of like listening to these to this band for a good 2 weeks now, and they are absolutely brilliant.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time to checking out our music. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. So, Absinthe, again, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure for me as well. Yeah. Have a great night.
You too. So, guys, until next time, we'll catch you all later. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with the brilliant Carlos from Afterdome. Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you. Thanks for having me in this podcast.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, Carlos, could you tell us what you do within the band?
So this is a solo, one-man project. Until now. I started it in 2023. I started playing all the instruments, singing, playing bass, guitar, and also configuring and creating all the drums. The main cause that I did this because I didn't have my musical background, and my friends and my circle of musicians, friend musicians, do not include metal musicians from the past. So no one was really interested in playing metal, and I lost the track and lost the train long ago regarding having friends that are in the metal scene here in Portugal. So I started doing it alone. I had this dream of doing my own album. I thought I had to do it with other musicians, but nowadays with the evolution of technology in music, I think we can do it alone with a lot of quality from your own studio at home. So I started working on my songs, creating them from scratch. Started learning to play guitar 2 years ago because I was a professional bassist all my life and mostly on my first 20 years as a musician, and only played different kinds of music, not metal. But I was always in love with metal, so I had to do something about metal in my life. Because I played a lot of styles since I was a kid, and I had a band right at the beginning when I was 13 years old with my father and my brother. So we played all kinds of venues that you can think of. And we are now living, traveling across the country, playing in all kind of places, bars, weddings, all that you can think. And it was a really nice way to earn a living here. Very hard because we played every day, almost every day. I remember in 2001 of playing 74 days unstopped. we were very tired. We played two sets a day, 74 days, which was brutal at the time, but gave us a lot of musical background. And I was always in love with metal. I never stopped hearing metal right from the beginning. I started hearing metal around 10, 11 years old. And my greatest influence, of course, was on one of the mainstream bands, but not so mainstream at the time. It was Metallica. So it was my greatest influence at the time. I wanted to play. We kind of played some music in our band, including Metallica songs, but they were kind of a surprise or a gift for some audience that liked that. So the main audience didn't want to hear metal here in Portugal, so they wanted to hear everything else: Brazilian music, Portuguese music, I think some kind of rock also, but hard rock at the most. So metal was always put aside as a way of making a living here. You could not play metal and make a living here. If you see the most famous Portuguese band in the scene is Moonspell. I don't know if you ever heard about them.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
And they became famous in Germany with their dark metal. So here in Portugal, they didn't have a chance to earn a living doing music. So I did that for 20 years almost, and then I stopped and I concluded my studies in my actual profession. I'm a lawyer. And at a certain point, when I achieved 23 years as a lawyer, I thought I have to do something about music. I have to put out all the creativity that I feel that I have inside me, and the ability to create music structures, guitar riffs, and all that were in my head, and I wanted to put them out there. And then I recorded the first song as a test that I will re-record for this EP. And I thought, this kind of works. I'm not playing that bad. I'm learning. I'm starting using the plectrum. I don't know if you know what the plectrum is. Plectrum, of course, you know. So I started using the plectrum because I never played with the plectrum. I always use it my fingers. But at the guitar, that doesn't work very well with metal. There's a guitar up there that is called Mancuso, Italian, that plays with your fingers, but it's a very odd thing. And in metal, it doesn't work because you have to do a lot of crispy sounds, and you have to do a lot of percussion sounds on the guitar, on your riffs. So I started playing with the plectrum, and I started playing guitar. I was not a bad bassist, and I used to have a lot of things that were unusual here in Portugal. I always used the 6-string bass. I also did a lot of lead solos. I inclusively used distortion on my bass in my band because we didn't have a guitar. So I used to do some parts in the bass that sounded like a guitar. So I always had the feeling of playing guitar inside me, but I never thought that I could embrace it. So at the beginning of my project, I was creating the guitar riffs, and then I was searching for a guitar player that could fulfill and do all the solos and all that much better than me. At a certain point, I grew tired of searching for someone that was interested in my ideas, and I started doing the solos myself and creating them. So, and I did them. So I think I'm very pleased with them. They are not very ambitious. They are very simple, but they kind of fit the song. That's the most important thing for me. And I used all my influences and started studying a little bit on my free time guitar in order to improve my abilities. So the songs are really evolving from the first song, because I started launching by launching 3 songs, but then I put them down because my label also told me that I should create a very more quality project. And I started searching for a studio that could improve my sound, because I'm recording everything by myself. Didn't have any studio experience before, so I learned all these things by myself, using a DAW, recording the instruments one by one, calibrating, using a sound platform for the guitars, for the bass, using and creating the drums with the software. I never did that until two years ago. So I started in August 2023, and I already launched 2 songs by now, and have 4 or 6 more to launch. 2 of them this year. So I think I came from a long way to acknowledge that I have this ability. It was on the drawer, I can say that. It was on a shelf. You put there, stopped, and I said, one day I have to do this for me. I have to put my music out there. And I think things got interested when I started showing my music on Groover. I don't know if you know that platform. Groover is a kind of platform where I have some guys that are called curators, and they hear your music and give you some advice and try to connect you with the labels and the other musicians, and they give you appreciation of your music. You pay for that, of course. If you want a counsel from a curator, it costs a certain amount. You pay that, and they give you a feedback about your song. In some cases, a little fraud, because they give you the same answer to everybody, but some guys are serious, and they give you a serious appreciation of your song. That was important for me to understand the market, because I want to do my music. I'm completely free. I have a lot of influences, starting by Metallica, of course, but I wanted to do something completely different, but that sounded old, but old metal, but with new influences, with new sounds, with more aggressive drums, or a more fresh drum sound. Of course, in guitars, there's not a lot to create from regarding what has been done in the past. But with drumming, you still can do a lot of things that are different and merge the styles in metal. So I'm not a person that believes in sectorizing metal. Some guys like to sectorize everything and give it labels to each type of band and music. I like to mix it all. So I love Arch Enemy, for instance. They are an incredible band. I was in Paris last year seeing them live. I was also last year in Malmo seeing them live. I learned a lot seeing them live. I love Michael Ednett. He's an incredible guitarist. Incredible. And they give a great show live. I also love Metallica. I've seen a lot of concerts of them. Love Megadeth. Love the old school bands from the 90s, because it was my youth back in the 90s. And I think metal, you still can do in 2025. You can do good metal with the thrash influences, new metal influences, black metal influences. You can merge it all. You don't have to label it. I'm not a big fan of guttural voice. I have to say that. Arch Enemy is an exception. There are some bands that I cannot hear. I cannot stand guttural voice, but them I can stand it, because I don't know why. I love Alicia's voice and how they perform live, and the songs are great because they are Swedish and the metal is very melodic. So I recently come to understand that I have a lot of influences from them, because creating the structure of the music, the pre-chorus are very accentuated, the breathing parts of the song before the solos, the constructions in the part of the solo. So the songs are getting big. I understand that's not very commercial. My first music has 6 minutes, and the second one has 6-7 minutes. I could cut it off. I could take a lot of parts of it, but it would go against my nature and what I'm creating, because it's art. So I should be doing freely. doing it freely, and I think I am. So since the song has to have 7 minutes, it has 7 minutes because it makes no sense if it does not have 7 minutes. I created like that, and that structure has has a point. Has a point regarding the theme of the song, soul elevation. For instance, my second song, it starts growing, explaining the hardships. Then you enter the chorus. Then you enter in the phase of transitions with solos. The first solo and the second solo with the explosion, and you get back to the chorus, and it's the end. So it's not that complicated, but somehow the music got 7 minutes. And so I'm still learning how to do this, reducing the time of the songs. It's a great challenge for me at this time, and I think I have in my next songs I may try to improve that for them to be radio fit or radio usable, as my labels say, because they say long songs are not played on radio, on mainstream radios. Let's see. I have a lot of hope regarding concerning my new songs. They are somehow, I think they are commercial songs. It's not a very extreme metal. No, I'm not on that wave. For me, I love Metallica. I think they have the sound that I love. The music that they create is absolutely great from the beginning. And I think more than that, for me, it's kind of exaggerated. And even Arch Enemy, for some persons, is very hard or considered hard metal. I don't think so, because if you hear the song with a lot of attention, sometimes I hear Eurovision on their songs, believe me, because they are Swedish. And the melodies that Michael Emmett creates, if you strip them out of the distortion of the guttural voices, you'll hear the melodies, and they're classical melodies, completely classical. Some of them could be pop music in some parts of his music. So it's the ambience that he creates that gives that kind of black metal, but this music is very commercial, as you could say. So playing with my father and my brother was an incredible challenge as a young man, because we played these venues every Saturday. We had a venue that we played in a place in Lisbon that was called Aqua Park. It was a park with a lot of slides, water slides, and they had a big tent. And every Saturday we played there for hundreds, 500, 600 people. I'm sorry. And it was a great experience for me as a boy, because it was a full room. We had to entertain all those people every Saturday. They came from every place in Portugal to see us. And then my brother stepped out. He finished his studies too. It was a hard time when we met a new keyboard player. It's also my brother at the time, Bruno, and he's been my friend since then. And we had this experience of playing together on these venues that it's absolutely unforgettable. I grew tired of playing live. Okay. On venues, I grew tired. For us, it was exhausting at certain moments. We played 2 times a day. For instance, I could do a marriage, a wedding at afternoon, and then get all the gear and play on the bar at night until 4 a.m. in the morning. So it was really exhausting at that time. But I got a lot of good experiences on stage at that moment. Now I'm not really worried with stage. I think stage could be the next step on my project when the EP is finished, and it will have 4 more songs. I think they are interesting. They are pointing on different influences. I think one of them is probably can be in certain parts considered grunge or grungy. Because I think I also have that in me. I left Fight No More for instance, and bands from the 90s that kind of influenced in grunge. And you can feel them if you really hear Raise Your Soul. You at certain parts they have certain moments that are grungy with the voice. I'm mixing everything. I mix everything that I love. Some songs will sound more grungy than metal. And I'm betting on that. I want this album to be heterogeneous. I don't want to be only strictly metal from from the beginning to the end with a hammer on your head. No. So the first song I wanted to give a strong idea with Overload. I don't know if you have heard it. Overload is a strong song with a strong theme that concerns my life. I have some health problems regarding work stress. So that song's theme is about that. It's warning everybody not to give up to work stress. Just try to free yourself from work stress, to live your life more. And that the main idea of the song, not be working all the time as I was and still am, but now I with more calm. And Raise Your Soul is the second step. You try to elevate your soul to gather and receive the best and put your life within the light. Receive the good ideas, receive the good feelings. And this song is all about this, and this project is all about this transformation or inner transformation that I want to pass to the other person, because this is a very serious problem at this moment. We have to do better for ourselves every day, and I think I was not doing that, and I believe there are a lot of people that are not doing that. These songs have this purpose, this theme. I know this is not very usual in metal. Probably in metal you go for more esoteric themes and or violent subjects or things like that. I'm not very interested in that. Like Metallica, for instance, on their latest album, one of the strongest themes that James put it on the table was suicide. It's a very strong theme, of course. Subject. It's a very strong subject, of course. And it was a nice idea from him for that music that he created and started talking about that on stage. I don't know if he had personal experience with that or not, but he certainly got to some audience. He certainly did that. So my idea was what am I going to sing about? So in the process of creation, I started to dwell on my own problems, and I believe that my problems are also common, or are very common, and other people will feel them too. So the message is only that, and they can through my songs channel some of these feelings, these good feelings, because metal is not always about bad feelings. I think metal can also be about some good feelings, and these two songs are about good feelings. One, free yourself from work stress, free yourself from stress, and then try to fly, try to live your life. That's the message that's in these lyrics. And Raise Your Soul, open your mind, open your soul for the best in your life, for your sons, for your kids, for your family, to live your life before, as I say, the darkness comes, and the darkness is the destiny that everyone awaits. Our lives have a time limit, unfortunately. So let's see. I'm now presenting new themes from the main song of the album is Afternoon. It's an homonymous name as the band, and that song is about me discovering, or as anyone can do, discovering my interest for music, for metal music. So the lyrics is all about that, notwithstanding all the pressure over me every day with my job and all that. I could not lose this love for music, and I have to follow my art. So that lyric is about that. It explores that point of view. There's one song that is kind of interesting that you also, it's Monster Lover. In that case, it was the first song that I recorded more seriously, and I will re-record it because I will improve everything now, because now I'm learning how to record properly, recording 2 to 3 to 4 guitars overlaid, doing the solos and recording them twice. This kind of good practices from metal music that I'm learning, and I'm learning them. I have to say this with one guy that I praise a lot. That is Milan Steinbach. I don't know if he's hearing us or not, or if he will hear this podcast in the future. I praise him a lot because he's teaching me all these kind of techniques regarding recording that really, really, really improve your sound. Milan Steinbach at Point Break Records is a German studio at Cologne, and he was the one that mastered and mixed and mastered my songs, and did a really great job. Because I hear my recording, and I hear what he has done with the recordings, and I think that's a really good job with the voices and all that. Also created 2 video clips that are now on YouTube with a guy, Extra Cut Productions is the studio that helped me with that. Have Fun By, it's the person that is creating these videos. He's a very talented young man, and I love what he does, because he absorbs these ideas that I'm talking about and put them in video. So I gave him the ideas, and he explored them very well for the first video. The tunnel that represents each of the branches of and valves and tubes that go to the steampunk heart in the design that I use for this song. And then we go out to the nature, like an eagle flying over the mountains and all that. He explored very well those ideas. And in the second video, we thought about precisely the angels that are raising their arms for the sky, embracing the sky. So we used that kind of images that went very well on these 2 videos. I'm very pleased with them. They are lyric videos, of course. I'm not appearing on them because I don't feel yet comfortable as a solo artist to do that on metal. I think it passes a very better message if the videos are only lyric videos at this moment. But my dream, I have to say, if you want to talk about that, is to do this all live. Every musician's dream, every creator's is to show his art. So of course I would love this to do this all live. Believe me, I'm creating these songs thinking about playing them live. How would they work live? How many guitars would that require? How many musicians? How many voices? And I have most of that figured out. As I'm creating, I never wanted to create a project and a song that was not playable live. I see that happening a lot nowadays. A lot of bands that you hear them, incredible, I do that with synthesizers and all that, and probably using backing tracks and things like that. I don't know if they use them live, but certainly they use things like that on a recording. And I wanted a raw sound, like Metallica does. Guitars, drums, bass, no keyboards, no synthesizers, nothing like that. I know you can use them live also, but it becomes it becomes music cosmetic. I don't know if this is a very good expression, but it doesn't feel natural to me. You can do it at certain points, but for instance, Mastodon has a song that I love, and they use they have a keyboard player, but it's for some entries or background sounds, not to use them as a main riff, for instance. So I wanted to do a raw sound, and I'm thinking about these songs to play them live. Of course, I have to find my mate one day to do that, but I'm not very worried about that, because when my work is finished, of course, you could say, but you could collect the influences from other musicians and do better with that because two brains think better than one. Yes, you're right, but that also requires some amount of time and dedication to each other that I don't have right now. Still I'm doing this in a learning process at the same time. I'm learning and I'm recording, and I'm proud of the results, but I know I still can do better than this. But this album is very humble on that point of view. I don't have great expectations or things like that of becoming a mainstream artist. I know I think a lot of people dream about that, and I respect that. But at this point in my life, that's not my objective. I want to do music that you enjoy hearing. I don't want to pass a message of extreme technicalities in music to be incredible guitarists and things like that, things that you never heard. I know there are some musicians out there that are doing that. Andy James, for instance, I heard every time I hear music he plays with incredible instrumental guitars. I think this guy is incredible. The way he records the guitar, the things he's doing is really innovating and doing. No, I'm not on that beach, as we call it here. My objective is to do songs that you like to hear, that get in your mind, that are commercial, and you don't forget them so quickly. I think metal nowadays there are a lot of musicians are targeting for perfection, probably not for an audience. That's one of the things that I love about old bands like Metallica, Megadeth. They target the audience. They are not hostages of the audience. They are not subjected to the audience, but they target the audience. They want to do music that you love to hear, that you want to hear, that gives you, transmits you a feeling. First time I heard them, the first time I heard them, my mind was blown out. I heard Injustice for All. At my time, I was a little boy. I heard Injustice for All. I said, "What the hell is this?" Then I heard after Master of Puppets, because the first time I heard Metallica was Injustice for All. Because one of my colleagues at school brought that with in a cassette, and we started hearing the songs. I said, "What the hell is this? What's then?" And one of the first songs that I heard was One, of course. And we all it blew us apart at that time in 89, 90, around that. Because in 86 I was only 9, so I was not hearing Master of Puppets like the songs that were, and it never it arrived later, and I love the album also. But in 89, 90, I started hearing them, and I thought this is absolutely incredible music. And I wanted to play that. At the time, of course, I had a small garage band with all my friends, and we thought that's where I mostly learned how to play, because we exchanged it with each other. There was no internet like today, no information like today. So we're passing out copies of some books that the guy had with all the tablatures from Metallica. And we started playing all those riffs and playing all those riffs with tablature. So I'm not a musician. I cannot read music. Of course, I don't call myself a musician. I play an instruments. I know music, but I cannot say that I can read music and play. And I'm not worried about that, because I know that, of course, theory is important for music. For a musician, it's not the most important for the creation process. It's not. You can do great music without knowing music theory, without knowing theory. You have to know some things, of course. And if you see in my songs, I apply some different chords and variations, but it's all in my head. It's not something that is created writing and reading or doing some construction on paper like I see some musicians doing. They're writing and they're creating and writing at the same time. It's incredible. It's mind blowing. But I do it and then I record it in my recorder. And let's not forget this riff. Then I create. I pick up the guitar and started thinking about riffs. And then I started creating the drums that go along with those riffs. And the result is this. Don't tell me how I did the drums, because in this second song I spent more time creating the drums than recording the guitar, because I was creating the drums step by step, beat by beat, where they entered, when they finished, and note by note. It was a complex process, but the results is very satisfactory for me. And then Milan Steinbeck did one thing even better, because he received my MIDI file and said, I'm going to apply the sounds that I like. So it improved even more the sounds of the drums, as you can hear now. So this is it. This is my story. It's a very simple story, probably not a typical metal musician story. Probably not. But I'm a metalhead, that's for sure.
Yeah, cool. Yes, we've got a couple of questions from the live chat. From one of my moderators, she asks, Ocean 2025, do you have any plans to do tours? And if so, where? Obviously, you've got to get a band together to actually do a tour.
As I said, I have a lot of plans. That's my main goal, to play live. I would love to go to Canada and to the United States to play my music, because it's being well received there, I know. But I still have to finish the EP. That's the main objective right now, because to put on a show, you have to have 1 hour, one and a half hour of show of music. So 5 to 6, 7 songs, it will be the basis of this EP. It will also have a slower song that my son absolutely loves. I will insert it in this album, because he absolutely loves it. He asked me, because it's not quite metal, but let's see, if you hear Planet Caravan, for instance, in Pantera's version, they finished their album, one of their albums, with that song. It's not quite metal, and I love to hear that song. It soothes me a lot when I hear it, and that version specifically. So it's kind of on that mood. I wanted to finish my album with that song, and I'm using probably some percussion in that song, inclusively, not only hard drums. So it will be interesting. So answering the question, if everything goes well, who knows? In 2026, I can start touring, because in this process, I'm sure I'm going to find my mates. I'm sure, because things are starting to get serious. It's not only one song; it's 2. The label called me, and when the label called me, I said, I only released 1 song, and they already called me. They put me a contract to sign. I'm signing an international contract right now. It was a surprise for me, as you can understand. A lot of my friends said, "What? You are kidding? You're not signing with a label with 1 song." I am. I have this contract with them, and I have to record my songs. So it even backed a little more my will to do this until the end. So 2 songs will be released also, one in May and the other in August this year. And let's see until the end of the year what can I do, because I'm working at the same time with a very demanding profession that exhausts me every day. But I have to find the time to record this and to put these songs out there. And I think I'm going to do it with 2 more songs, certainly, because they are created. I only have to re-record some parts, because most of the parts are already recorded, and put them out. So in May and August, I will do that. Then I will have 4 songs until the end of the year. So if I can launch 2 more, I will have 6. and I think I will be ready for touring. Then I will have to start thinking about this part of my career. Why not? And my songs are not too much intricate for musicians to play and to have them sharing with me this experience, and even improving my songs if they want. I'm completely open-hearted, and I almost put an ad on my Instagram saying, "Who wants to cooperate with me on my songs and creation?" But I didn't do that because I know I have to give those persons my dedication, my time. I have to be consistent with that. If I do not do that, I'm being unfair to them. So at this moment, let's see. I'm going to do it by myself because this is not will not be my first album, my only album, of course. I will do it again, and in this process, I am certain I'm going to evolve. Notwithstanding my age, I'm not a young man, of course, at this time, but I think age is not a limit in music. For instance, my father is 73, and he's still playing live. He plays every week. He never stops because he loves the stage. Because he's a different kind of musician. Because he's an entertainer. He's not only a musician. He goes to the stage with a guitar and he puts everyone laughing and all that. I loved when I played with him because of that. Because we were not only a band. We were entertainers. We went to the stage to put everyone laughing and do the interaction with the public and all that. It was a different kind of show, not only music. But now I'm only focusing on music, and I'm starting to fulfill a little bit of my dreams. The first time I launched a song, I couldn't believe that I did that, because 2 years ago it was only an idea in my head. I didn't have one single song written, a lyric written. Nothing was done. So I'm starting to materialize that day by day.
Yeah.
So I hope so. To 2026 would be an incredible objective to start doing.
Cool. Got another question from I'm 008. They ask, what instruments do you like to play?
I like to play bass. Bass is my main instrument. From the beginning, from my formation, I started playing all kinds of music, and I played with a Brazilian drummer for 6 years in a row. As you can understand, in my music, has some kind of influences. If you see that from certain parts, because some of the percussion of the drums have some Brazilian influences. When I'm playing at the end of the second solo on Radio Soul, we finished with this is Brazilian samba. And I inserted that in the song. You don't know that because I'm telling you, but these influences that I have from rhythms, from Brazilian rhythms, will always influence the way that I'm configuring and creating my riffs. There's a great mix in my head regarding those stuff. So I started playing Brazilian music, playing bass in Brazilian music. It's incredible music to play and also to hear, of course. But that's not what touches me more. Metal touches me more. As I said, I'm a metalhead. That rage, that power, I feel it in my soul. It warms me, it helps me, it suits me, and aggressive music suits me because somehow all the frustration, all the negatives in our lives, metal helps us to cope with it. Okay. Brazilian music is for party. It's for you to have a good moment. Of course, it's interesting with the rhythms and all that, but it's music, happy music, as I call it. And happy music is happy. But you are happy, but you are not inspired. So that was a great experience. My main instrument is bass, but I'm starting to enjoy a lot playing guitar. And nowadays, I somehow or sometimes I forget about bass and I'm not practicing as I should. And the other day, I picked the bass and I put my hand on the scale and I said, I have to return to the bass because I'm losing it a little bit. the truss, all it's a different instrument. The strings are different. Everything is different. The approach is different. The finger style is different. So I must not stop playing it, but it's my favorite instrument. But now I'm really enjoying playing guitar. I'm really, and I also like to sing. The voice is also an instrument, of course. I also like to sing. I always loved singing. In my band, I was a bassist and a singer. In certain parts, we had two singers. In the band of my father sang. I also sang some songs in our band. Everything that you can say, Joe Cocker, Eric Clapton, The Doors. I was singing all those kind of repertory that we had with the soft rock, as I can say. I was singing, so I love singing. It's very good, and I love playing and singing at the same time. It's a great challenge. I love to do it.
Cool. So, when you going to be releasing the new songs, are you going to be releasing merchandise such as like T-shirts, or are you going to wait until the launch of the EP?
That's a very interesting question. I started thinking about merchandise weeks ago. I think it's a good idea now that I'm creating a project that has it's establishing itself. So I think it's a good idea to create and to have some merchandise. I had an offer that was made through Instagram of someone that wanted to use my images because, let's see, I'm still in the place, and I embraced a practice that is now being done, for instance, by Arch Enemy. I understand they are doing this differently than in the past, because in the past they released an album, one single or two, and it's done. And then they released the full album. Now they are releasing the album song by song. Each song has a cover. And it's not only a cover for and it's the same cover for all the songs. Now you go to the internet and you see each song has a cover. I did not do that on purpose, because I am doing that from the beginning of my project, because I was not really certain of which cover should I choose. So in After Dawn I have thunders and all that, because it's about the thunder that calls me for metal. And the second song, it's Overload, it's a steampunk heart, almost blowing with the pressure. And in this case, it's Raise Your Soul, the angels and the eye that sees everything. So I'm creating also the covers and the images for each song. So how will I harmonize this with merchandise? It's interesting, because I have not created yet a very defined logo of my name, After Dawn, of the name of the project, or a band, if you can call it like that. Working with the label has helped me because they are using on the internet their website to promote my project. And the last lettering that I used, After Dawn, probably I will adopt it for the cover of the album. And I still don't know what will be, but that lettering, probably I will use it. And if it's usable on the cover, it's usable on merchandise, T-shirts, and things like that. And I'm starting to develop and think about that too. So I have not finished it, and I'm still working on those aspects of this project. As I said, it's a work in progress all the time, and that part I will reach it too. I will reach it on time.
Cool. So, when you get like a bit of more music written and recorded and released, would you sort of like consider or plan on doing releasing your music on vinyl music?
I would love to do that. I would love to release on vinyl. Let's see how Tode Records and Metal Incorporated Records, what they think about that, because now they are distributing online and on all platforms. And it's the new way to promote music. But I would love to distribute my music physically. I love vinyl. I really love vinyl. And I have a lot of recollection. And I know that vinyl is a new trend. I just saw talking about Arch Enemy because I follow them every day. They just released a new vinyl record. They're about to release their new EP, and their new vinyl record it's incredibly red as blood because the album will call Blood Dynasty. So it's incredibly red with spots of blood. It's incredible. It's not a gross thing to see. It's beautiful because they think they do the things beautifully. The themes are the subjects sometimes are heavy, but they manage to do the things with quality. So I would love to do that, to have a vinyl, of course.
We've got another question from chat. Rhea Snakespeare has asked, when writing a song, what comes first, the music or the lyrics, and which do you find easier?
Oh, great question. That's the best question that you can make us because that's the secret. That's the main secret. I have to say, the music starts first normally, and in metal, the composition, and you know that of the great bands, the great stories that you can see. Again, I have to speak about Metallica when they composed the Enter Sandman song. They started with the riff, and then the drummer corrected the riff, and the riff was contagious, and they built a song from the riff. In metal, you create the riffs, and then you create the melody, and then you create the lyrics. This is the normal procedure to create a song. Then you create the drums, but the drums, as a guitarist, I'm always thinking about the drums at the same time I'm creating the riffs. Because what will the drums sound here? What is it? Do I need on this song to get it right? To transmit a good feeling about the riff. So this is the normal procedure. The riffs come first. In some cases, I've written songs for lyrics or for poems, but it's a much harder process if the poem is not a very articulated poem. I did it for some Portuguese musics, and I have some Portuguese musics in Portuguese, and some of them were poems that we applied music and created music for them. It's much harder, believe me, much harder to do that because you have to be able to feel and also to how can I say this? To articulate the variations of the song with the lyric, and have to have some meaning. So it's much easier to create the song, much easier first, than the lyrics. The lyric process for me is not very hard. Incredibly, sometimes I'm able to write lyrics in one day. I think Overload, I wrote them in one day. I didn't spend much time thinking about it. It kind of flew out of me because I was thinking about it all the time. I work like I'm a lab rat. I'm always closing my office. I work like a dog. So I started putting these ideas on paper. It's an overload for me. I have to get out of these misconceptions about my life. So this went for the paper. It was easy. In this case, for me, of course, it was easy. On this case, Raise Your Soul was harder because it's a more intricate song with an intricate lyric.
Cool, thank you for that. Thank you, Ray, for that. If anybody else has got any more questions, let us know. Ray has said that thank you. It's always interesting to know how musicians go about creating the music.
I think it's always interesting to know how musicians go about creating music. Okay. Yes, it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Any more questions? Please put in the chat there. Where can people find you on social media?
Where you can find me on social media?
Yeah.
you can find me on Instagram with my name Carlos Air, and also Afternoon. If you will write it on search, you will find it right away. You can find me on the page of Solar Records and Metal Incorporated. They are from Canada, so it's www.solar.ca from Canada, and you'll find a link there for my project. It's my main web page at this time, and I'm not thinking about creating one on my own because I'm working with them, and I'm pleased with all the images that and the time they are investing in me, and really humble about the fact they are betting on my project as a one man project. So you can find me also on Facebook, as you did. My page in Facebook is not so developed like in Instagram, because I bet a lot on Instagram at the beginning. I thought it was the platform that could give me, that I used more, and it could give, and it was more specific for this case, because here we were thinking about that Facebook was getting a little bit out of fashion. So I didn't bet so much on Facebook, but in Instagram you can see that I have all the posts there, and using it more to get more followers and if possible some fans.
Cool. Yeah. So this is probably going to be my last sort of like question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
I don't want to go to a common place, of course, or like follow your dreams or things like that. I think the main aspect in your life, and I'm 47, you have to do an effort to try to be happy. You have to do an effort to follow things that you love in your life. If you love metal, follow and play metal. Don't think about what everyone will think. As you may understand, in my family, in my social life, normally if I talk about metal, some people would say, that's a little extreme. You are a metalhead. I didn't know you were a metalhead, because you don't act like one. That's a very wrong concept about person, and those kind of stereotypes really give me goosebumps and worry me about society, because you should not do that. You should think for your head, and if metal is one thing that you love and inspires you, you should follow it. You should follow it like everything else in your life. And that's what I'm doing, and that's my message for everyone. Do what you think and do what you love, in spite of your social position, if you're wealthy or not wealthy, if you have a complicated job or not. Bet on it and do it, because it's the best that we take from our life. It's what we love to do. For instance, you're doing that. This show, you love to do this show, talk with a lot of people. That's something you love to do. I love playing music, and I stopped at a certain time because of my job. I stopped playing music, and I was losing a lot of color in my life. My life was getting gray every day, if I can be poetic here. So music is bringing me back to life. It's bringing me the joy that I need in my life.
Yeah.
Personally, okay? So we have to think about us personally. I have my son. I love my son to death. My wife, all my family, and they fulfill me. But at a certain point, we have to be with ourselves. When we are with ourselves, we must be happy with ourselves. And put out, if we need to put out, what we love. Why should I love metal and be myself? Even if I share this with friends, or even if I'm playing in a garage, it's one type of manifestation. It is not enough. If you feel that your art might be interesting for someone, if you think, and I believe that my music might be interesting. I'm a little overwhelmed, I must say, because music has evolved a lot in the last 20, 25 years. And when you hear that on Spotify they are releasing more than 100,000 songs a day, and you go and hear the other bands, and it's this incredible work. I will never reach this kind of quality that they are doing, the perfection of the songs nowadays is absolutely amazing. I try not to think about that. I'm offering my music and I put it out there because I believe that someone will hear and will enjoy it, and it's happening. So that is bringing me a lot of joy because I like to put out my emotions. That's like what can I say?
Yeah.
This is the right expression. I like to put out my emotions. If someone loves to hear it, great. I will be very happy with that. That's the main compensation for me with this project. Okay.
Yeah. Ria said that is great. That is a great message. Never mind stereotypes. Just be yourself.
Precisely.
And Aussie and 2025 says, so yes, very, very true. Very true. So, Carlos, any final words before we start wrapping things up?
Yes, I just thanking you a lot for this invite and for the ability to be here and speak about my project. I love to speak about these teams. It's the first time someone invites me for a thing like this, and it's a good omen. As I say in my song, it's a good omen for the future that someone is calling me and speaking with me about my music. It's very refreshing for me, and it's auspicious also. So thanks a lot for this invite and for the opportunity to be here speaking with you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. If you haven't already, guys, go check out Carlos's project After Dawn. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And all the links to his socials, such as Facebook, Instagram, so on and so forth, are down in the description. So go check them out. And Carlos, thank you so much for coming on. It's been a total pleasure.
It's for me, it was a pleasure. Very, 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 very nice to meet you all.
Yeah, you too. So, guys, go check out Carlos and his project After Dawn. And yeah. So, until next time, guys.
Next time.
We'll catch you all later.
Good job. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elio, and we are here with Charlie from the band Aftermath. Welcome, Charlie.
What's up, everybody, or who's ever watching this, whoever you are, wherever you are, what's up? How are you doing?
Yeah, cool. So, Charlie, for those who don't know, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
Yeah, I'm the singer in the band, and I'm also I write all the lyrics. The guys write the music. Steve, especially the guitar player, and once he writes riffs, I not only do I write the music, I arrange them. Arrangements too. So lyrics, arrangement, and me. I was the guy that started the band with Steve, that's in the band as guitar, and Ray, our drummer, who's our drummer, October '85 on Halloween night. The three of us are still, at least we're alive and healthy still, and still playing music, But we did take that 20-year break.
Yeah. So, before, for those who haven't seen the previous interview, please check that out. So, since we last spoke, what has the band been up to?
What I know we haven't spoken. We spoke, but it wasn't that long ago. What was it, like a year or two ago?
We spoke 2 years ago, I think.
Man, I can't keep track of time. These years fly like 2 years. I don't know for you, but it seems for everybody the time's going by way, way fast.
Yeah, it is.
Can you believe it's already the middle of the year of this year?
Yeah.
I just remember New Year's Eve, like I was telling you earlier about the hernia. Getting it at UPS. That was January, right after New Year's Eve. I can't believe it. I was thinking, man, the summer, when you were a kid, you know, it seemed like it took forever to come, or the summer vacation seemed forever. And I thought maybe it was a kid, because we're not kids anymore, that the time feels like it's flying by. But recently, I started noticing, and then I started asking younger kids. I mean, like my niece, who's just graduated grammar school, you know, so she's like pretty young, and all her friends, and through people randomly talking on whatever, online, something like that, or something. It's going by fast for the kids too, is my point. They are feeling like, I thought they would go, no, the summer feels forever or whatever, but they are pointing out the speed and time. So 2 years ago, you said, so did we, right when we have put out No Time to Waste album?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, since then we've written 11 new songs, and right now we've been recording them, and we're done with all the. We just finished Monday. We finished all the backup vocals, and what's left to do? Guitar solos are left to do, and then some, you know, just a little sprinkling of stuff, like extra stuff over, you know what I mean, just like last minute stuff, and then mix it and master it and get it out. But that's what we've been doing. We wrote 11 new songs.
Cool. So what's, have you got a name for the album?
Excuse me, what did you say?
Have you got a name for the album?
A name for the album? Yeah, we do, but we don't want to say. We had a name up until recently. We changed that name, and coincidentally, the name Arcadia. We were going to call the album Promise Arcadia, but I was born. You know, Arcadia is also a region in Greece. You know, but the funny thing is, like right before we were going to have to change it anyways, because Sleep Theory or whatever came out with an album called it's got Arcadia in their title of their album. You know, is it Sleep Theory or is it Sleep Token? Which one is
it? Sleep Token, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, because it's funny that I go, man, thank God I ended up like not liking the name Sleep Token. Yeah. And their album is called Even in Arcadia. And I think they're a British band, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they're a big band. I mean, Even in Arcadia entered #1 in the Billboard charts. First rocker metal thing that's done that in 5 years, I heard, you know? Yeah, so they put out their album right now called Even in Arcadia, but we were going to call our album Promised Arcadia. But like I said, before I found out, because their album just came out, and then, you know, before they announced their album title and coming out, like maybe a month before or something like that, I came up with a new album title that out of nowhere I go, man, that's the way I liked it. Whatever it is, it's the title that I came up with after that would really, because it made more sense in how I feel about it makes more sense with the lyrics and everything. It's not a concept album or anything like that, but it shows you how the attitude that these songs, it describes the attitude of the music more, you know? And and it'll make sense once you hear the title, but I don't want to say yet, because again, it's still the release could be a while, you know what I mean? It could be like late summer or something like that, you know? But isn't that funny though, that they had the same idea for Arcadia on their title out of all the names in the world, you know?
Yeah. So it did sort of like mention that you might have a sort of like a release date for the album. Have you got any firm dates, or are you going to wait until like later in the year, like around about October, November?
Yeah, it's see, the album was supposed to be out this year, no matter what, right? But the funny thing is, the only thing that's delayed, because the songs were, I mean, we could, after No Time to Waste, we had pretty much written the songs pretty quickly, and we don't rehearse like we do it the old-fashioned way in a room together, you know? Like I was listening to some other band yesterday talking on their interview. cattle decapitation, extreme death metal, and they actually wrote their songs in the same room, but they live in different parts of the world, so it's kind of hard to get all in the same room. But they go, we did it the old-fashioned way. We like it. We in one, all of us in a room, and that's the old-fashioned way. Barely any band does it that way now. I go, man, that's like, because we wrote the songs right away, but we only rehearse maybe, if we were lucky, once a week, 4 times a month, but if we had more time, the little amount of time that we do rehearse all together, man, those are magical moments, because that's when the songs really bring on the life. Even if you write on your own and let's say you give it to your band members as a complete song, it's better to bring it in and have, when the musicians are great and the band's a great unit, it's better to be in a room together to develop the song. Yeah, have the basic blueprint of it, verse, chord, where you want that, and it's written, but leave enough space to have the band jam on it for a while, maybe change little things or, whatever, and it just blows my mind that basically all the metal music that's coming out now, not just metal, anything, is not people in a room together right now. It's like individuals behind a laptop sending it to all the other band members, and then they meet once they learn it, then they just meet in the studio, never rehearsing it together in a room, and then record it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Cool.
It doesn't seem the natural way to do it at all.
Yeah. So, is there any singles coming off the album?
Any what?
Any singles?
Oh yeah. The fun thing I'll say is, like, every song, they're gonna have a tough time. The record company, like which single they're gonna put out first, because they're all. They ended up just being all with major choruses that they're the kind of songs that when you sing along, when you listen, if you're into it and you actually listen, you'll sing along to it. You know what I mean? And I never thought of our music like that, because we were always like a progressive band, technical and stuff. So it wasn't like we didn't write music for people to sing along to. We wanted them to sit down and just like not anything like it, but like Tool, I don't think they want their fans like singing along, you know what I mean? So it's funny that this album is it's got that, but then it's got all the stuff that a good progressive band has, where you don't know what, like a rhythm change comes next, and all of a sudden you go, wow, man, that's pretty creative how they you don't even tell, like that would be hard to transition from that riff to that riff, and they make it smooth,
Yeah.
So all 11 songs are pretty single worthy. So we'll see. We don't know yet.
Yeah. Cool. Now, is there any sort of like plans on bringing out like merchandise, whether it be T-shirts or caps or stuff like that? Yeah,
we'll have all that stuff. Yeah, like but we're waiting on the artwork for the cover.
Yeah,
because No Time to Wait, like this one, or the last album cover, I got a little button here, like cool. That, like that. I was really did you get any merchandise from the No Time to Waste? They send you anything?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So you'll definitely. But again, like it's the same artist that did our debut album, Eyes of Tomorrow, back in '90, early, our debut album. And basically, I should say he's done all our album covers so far,
Cool. Now, is there going to be any sort of like, when the album's ready, is there any sort of like plans on doing any tours?
Not tours, but we're open to do shows like you fly out like we did when we reunited, flew out to Germany and did Headbangers Open Air Festival, and like short mini tours and stuff like that. But long tours, not only them, it's just like, we wouldn't be able to do long tours. Well, it'd have to be worth it financially to do a tour like that long, especially we're old, we're not young kids, you know what I mean? Like we should have been doing that in the 80s.
So if the money was there and everything was aligned, you got the financial backing, would you sort of like tour the US or Canada or get over to Europe? Australia?
Yeah, we toured anyway if they pick, because I don't have a wife and kids, but the other guys, our bass player's got 3 or 4. He's got kids, that are still in schools, pre-high school and high school, and so it's the money for family people to leave, right? It's like, how do you pay for? But I'm lucky that I could go, but again, it would have to be. I wouldn't want to just go on a tour, right? Like, you got to be at the right proper point in your life to be able to go on. It's about the money, because going on a van and roughing it, you don't want to come back after months and have, since we're all in we're Generation X, we're not kids, and we come back after a long, grueling tour in a van, and we're all broken down, sleeping in vans, or like, so, because they're still doing it, bands, and again, I listen to what new bands are doing, and there a lot of them are on the road for months, and it's rough out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, is there where can people find you on social media so they can keep up to date with any new developments? Yeah, no, on our Facebook page every day. That's updated. Instagram, X, Twitter. I've never really been on Twitter myself, but we got a page there too. So, but the one I would suggest is the Facebook page, but YouTube also. But YouTube is under the record. We don't have an Aftermath page. There's a Zoid Entertainment page, the label, because they just put out our label just also did what was that with Billy Morrison and Ozzy Osbourne, Crack Cocaine, Ozzy's song. They put that out this year too. So since our last album, No Time to Waste, Zoid has hooked up with it'll be through Virgin Distribution. It's major label distribution. So this new album will be more out than even the other ones, But even though, like, if you put in Aftermath and put our album title in Google, like it pops up. It's easy to find. This is what I'm saying. But because of the name Aftermath, and Dr. Dre's labels call that, or Aftermath is a word that's used a lot now. Have you noticed that? Like back in the day, like for the first period of the band from 86 to 94, most people didn't know that. Believe it or not, I had people all the time in interviews. What does the name Aftermath mean? But now in regular conversation, anybody, they'll say, yeah, the aftermath of work yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to use, like, in the regular vocabulary every day, just like gaslight, that word, came out of nowhere and everybody's using it. Don't gaslight me. When we put it out as a song, even in 2019 on the There Is Something Wrong album, a couple people go, what do you mean by gaslight? But now everybody knows what it is the past like 5 years. So what I'm saying is, we're easy to find. It's just like put the album title with whatever you're looking, then you'll really, but you know how to Google search. Yeah, true. So, is there any sort of like advice for people who want to become a musician, whether it be for for their own enjoyment, or for if they want to go down sort of like the more commercial route?
Like, if they want to really do it, my advice is you got to only do it if that's all you want to do. I knew from the beginning when I was a little kid, when I saw Kiss, from then on, I just wanted to be in a band, and it's crazy because I never thought of, I don't know how people's minds think, but I know for me, I never thought of anything else that I wanted to do. But to be a realist, I mean, to making money, especially now, it's so hard, you know what I mean? Because right now, at least when we came out, we knew there was a chance, not just us, I mean, our generation. You knew you could maybe get signed and have a career. But now there's so many bands out there. There's no a label won't help develop a band like they did in the old days. Like, you know what I mean? And everything's so momentary that you got to really love it. If you're going to be getting into it, just expect a kind of a rough life. But if you love it so much, you won't mind the roughness of it. You know what I mean? But otherwise, but then again, it's rough. Everything's becoming rough. You know what I mean? It seems like a lot of people, even their jobs are being replaced by automated things, So I guess just do it if you love it. And plus, we only live, we don't have much time on this earth, so you got to do what you love. So I would say try it if you love it. But if you don't love it passionately, just do it as a hobby. Then do it as a hobby. Don't make it your life.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, 7 and 5 star. So, we're going to be starting wrapping things up now. So, Charlie, any final words before we go?
Just wait. If anybody, any questions? Nothing, right? You said there was some questions, but that's cool.
Yeah. Usually they have a couple. But there's one question we normally get asked. With the new album, is there any sort of like talk or plans or any sort of like inclination of putting the new album onto vinyl?
Yeah, we probably will, because I don't think because there is something wrong with what came out on vinyl too. But I don't think No Time to Waste it though, you know. But this one I think will too, you know, because this one, like I said, the label's bigger now, you know, and so they got. It's not just us on Zoid. We were the only band on Zoid, but now they released like multiple things since we last talked 2 years ago. It's become like a pretty good sized label right now, you know, with a lot of promotion that they'll be able to do for the album, you know.
Cool.
I just can't wait for it to come out, man. Because like I just listened to it at work last night, you know, all 11 songs, the rough mixes, and it's just like every album we put out is like, if you go on Spotify and listen to one album after the other of ours, they're all different from each other, but somehow they all retain our Aftermath thing. But this one is really going to surprise people. It's really like, if I wasn't this excited about it, there's no way I would have wanted to release it to the world, you know? Because nowadays, anywhere you go, like anybody, like if you go, oh, yeah, what do you do? Let's say they don't know you, and they go, oh, I'm in a band or whatever, and you happen to talk about music, they, right on their phone, they could actually, because everybody's got Spotify or Apple Music or whatever. So right now, everybody could hear your music once the first minute they met you. Back in the day, no matter what, even though the music industry was bigger then, you know what I mean? The labels had power and everything. You still, if you met somebody that minute, they still had to go to a record store and buy a CD, or you had to give them one there. You couldn't listen to it wherever you were. You use it, you know, instantly. But what I'm saying is, it's so everywhere that it better be good, because otherwise people are going to go, what the hell is this guy wasting his time putting out this garbage? You know what I'm saying? Because it could be, it wasn't like that before. So it's, in a way, it's crazier now with so much stuff up. But then again, it's right there and everybody's hand, because Spotify, like, it has our whole catalog.
Yeah.
What do you listen to music on, like online?
Usually Bandcamp, Spotify. Those are the two main ones, but I try and listen to Bandcamp more than anything.
You know, a lot of people do just YouTube, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It seems like people that YouTube, it seems to be people that aren't fanatical about music. You know what I mean? You know, because if I meet a girl or somebody that's like not a metalhead or whatever, I go, what do you listen to music on? I'm always interested. Those kind of people always say YouTube, you know? But again, though, Spotify, I don't know if you can tell in here, there's like about over there. I mean,
yeah,
CDs everywhere. Like there's 5,000 CDs in this room where I'm talking right now. Like underneath the bed, there's like 2,000 at least in like plastic containers, you know, like long ones. And I feel like a hoarder now. Like, because all these CDs, I used to be so proud of my 5,000 CD collection, but now all I listen to is through Spotify because it's just convenient, which sucks, you know what I mean? Because all these CDs will never be played.
Yeah, true.
And new cars don't even have CD players in it. My car, I bought a new one right when the pandemic started. And when I went to the dealer, I go, can I get it with a CD player? He goes, no, they don't put CD players in cars anymore. I go, he goes, you could get one, but you have to pay a lot more extra, you know?
Yeah.
In your car, do you have a CD player?
Yeah, I don't have a car, but I have got a CD player.
Yeah, because it's unfortunate. Because, anyways, the point is, I can't wait for people to hear this album.
Yeah, true. Yeah, good. So, I'm going to start wrapping things up. And any final words before we go?
No. Thanks for the interview. It was great catching up with you again. And then when the album's out again, let's talk again. And then after you got a copy, and then last question I got to ask you: out of our music, I know you know "No Time to Waste," right? That's the one we've talked on the last interview. Have you listened to any of our other stuff?
I haven't had a chance yet. I haven't had a chance because I'm listening to a lot of other music and doing, plus my day job as well. It's I haven't got the time to actually.
One time when you have time, if you're on Spotify, because it's all there, just listen to something off of Eyes of Tomorrow, their first album, and listen to No Time to Waste. I mean, you'll see how different things are and how when I said everything's different, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I will do. So Charlie, thank you so much for coming on, and
thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. I know you got a busy day today, and I'm going to let you get off. And guys, if you haven't heard, if you haven't checked out Aftermath, please do. These guys are absolutely amazing. From what I've heard. So. Until next time, guys, we'll catch you all later.
Thank you, man. Cheers.
Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Elion, and we are here with Quella and from the band Aldo Freya. So welcome there, Quella.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Looking forward to having a chat.
Yeah, so, Quella, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band, Aldo Freya?
So Aldo Freya, I'm the vocalist, the bassist, and the songwriter for Aldo Freya. Been doing that for the past sort of 2 years now. Handling everything like production, things like that, it started out as my own project, and then we've got like a couple of others on board now, and going forward, going strong.
Yeah. So, how could the band Aldo Freya? How would you describe the band?
In terms of the style, things like that, it's very much it's kind of moved on from a more traditional sort of black metal sound. It's got a bit more intricate, if you like, there's sort of past releases and beyond. But yeah, it's basically it's black metal music based on a lot of English history, particularly sort of Old England period, medieval, that kind of thing. Just delving into a bit of our own history, really. There's a sort of a lot of black metal out there that covers a lot of European kind of history, and which we do ourselves as well here and there. But basically a lot of just cool medieval kind of, whether it's fiction or not. Just basically covering those kind of things.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so let's dive into some questions. As a kid, what were you listening to?
I was a 90s child anyway, so you were kind of the 90s, as you probably know. I know obviously you had like the era of grunge and things like that, but on a more sort of, if you're a child on a sort of more mainstream level, you're looking at your Spice Girls, you're looking at your Wet Wet Wets and your things like that. It was that kind of, the 90s was that kind of period where you couldn't move for like a boy band or anything like that. But I think sort of even from an early age, again, being the sort of the era that I grew up in, a lot of the sort of early heavier bands would have been your likes of, your Limp Bizkit, Korn, Slipknot, those very sort of late 90s, early 2000s, Drowning Pool, things like that. So those were the kind of, those are kind of gateway bands into metal, and then you sort of go from there. You get to college, you're listening to Deicide and Cannibal Corpse and Morbid Angel, and then it kind of just evolved from there, I think. So from an early age, as early as I can remember, as I could, I should say, you start out with your new metal, your Limp Bizkits and things, Linkin Park and things like that. But yeah, it was a little gateway into a lot more extreme stuff.
Yeah. Who actually got you into listening to music?
in terms of listening to music, I mean, it's whatever takes my fancy. To be honest, I think there is this sort of stigma that everybody, metalheads only listen to metal, and particularly in black metal, that if it's a good song, I'll listen to it. I think primarily, I would say, I have to admit, I do listen to a lot of metal, but I think it's not it's not just all the kind of music that we do. It's anything from, I don't know, Ghost, Sabaton, Volbeat, bands like that. I also listen to Iron Maiden, a huge fan of theirs, lifelong fan pretty much of Maiden, and starting out early influences like AC/DC and Motorhead, particularly becoming a musician, they were very, very big influences on that. So yeah, I mean, whatever's showing up on my daily mix on Spotify, I'll 6 daily mixes to choose from. I'll see whatever I'm in the mood for.
I think that goes for like a lot of people. It's whatever your mood is, to what you actually listen to, because music is actually very informative of how people listen to. Because it doesn't matter what genre of music you're really into, like heavily into, there's always a song out there for a specific mood.
Exactly, yeah. It's always nice to have a palate cleanser, as they call them, when if you're listening to non-stop something heavy. It's always nice to sort of take a break from whatever that, listen to something a bit lighter. Variety is the spice of life, especially with music. It's a great thing.
Oh yeah. So, who actually inspired you to become a musician? Was it a family member? Was it a friend, or was it somebody from AC/DC or Iron Maiden or Motorhead, or was it something completely different?
I think when it probably started around college sort of years, I think starting to be broadening my horizons from those sort of bands I was listening through high school to, you're exposed to a lot more as you get older in terms of music. New platforms come out. So I think, I don't know if there's anyone in particular that did it, but it was just the fact that there was so much more of a variety of music. It made me kind of want to do that myself, or just give it a go. And that's when I sort of started playing bass in college, and it kind of just snowballed from there. I'd say, there is very influential, frontmen and, band members that have influenced me, absolutely. Lemmy's a big one, of course. Bruce Dickinson, things like that. Yeah, I did sort of grow up, really, admiring these kind of talents, and not that you want to not to replicate it, but to just do something in your own style. I think those would be probably my earliest influences to go into music, for sure.
Yeah, cool. So, were you in any bands prior to Aldo Freya?
Yeah, I mean, I was in it was basically a group of friends, really. We were in a sort of a hardcore punk, hard rock band called Target Renegades. I think we had that going for about 10 years, something maybe a bit less, I think. But it was more of a friend, just you meeting up with your mates once a week, and you're rehearsing for half an hour, chatting for another 2 sort of thing. So it was never really, it was only once we played our last show, it sort of lockdown happened. So COVID-19 kicked in, and it was during that, I quit music for about a year, just didn't really want to do anything. And then it was just a bit of a light bulb moment that I thought, well, while we're in lockdown, I've got my bass here, and this day and age, you can record from a laptop, if you've got the right equipment. It's just so accessible. So this is literally my first foray into black metal, and it's just kind of gone from strength to strength ever since. And no signs of slowing down, and just really enjoying it.
Yeah, cool. So what has the band been up to, especially over the last couple of years since you basically first started?
Since we started, yeah, we've gone through. Well, today, funnily enough, I was doing an Instagram video earlier just for it's the 1 year anniversary today of our first album, Thy Kingdom Cold, which came out a year ago today. So that's been absolutely brilliant. The response to that was wonderful. So we also announced today that we will be releasing a new album, a second full-length album in the next couple of months. We've also been working on an EP, which will be releasing next year. So we've been sat on a couple of releases that we've worked, over 12 months on recently. So we've got plenty of music to sit on. So we're looking forward to a very positive year ahead as well.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned about a year ago you released your first album. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the first album, Thy Kingdom Cold, it was the first album featuring my vocals as well, and this was the first time that I'd ever tried it, and it's kind of, some people like it, some people hate it. It's one of those. It's the same with any band, I suppose. But yeah, that album was, the first full length album that we'd done. A lot of time and effort went into it, but the result was, the reaction was really good. I think from the get go, to even to now, like there's still, even a year later, there's decent amount of streams going on Spotify and Apple Music, these are things like that. It's doing really well, and we're hoping to sort of. But it has also been a year. We've done a single, Magna Pestilencia, which we released a few months ago, which was a bit more of a sort of a black and roll kind of song, something a bit different. That's why it was a standalone single. We covered Bathory's Necromancy as well. So that was just sort of a bit of a bridge the gap to what we've got coming up next, which will be a new album.
Yeah. Going on to the new album, if you can, could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the new album is, as I say, we're looking to hopefully have this out sometime around Halloween, based on time frame and things like that. It's the longest album we've ever done. I know, so we've only done one full length before, but this is significantly longer than the first album, a couple of tracks longer. And we've got some cool ideas planned in the pipeline for the physical release for it as well. We just need to see if we can, get that to come to fruition, because I know a lot of people do like the, physical copies and things like that. So it'll be, it's going to be something special, I believe. Particularly it's an evolution from the last album. I think it's a massive evolution from the last album, and I'm really excited for people to hear it.
Yeah, cool. So you mentioned you got something else in the pipeline. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we've also been writing a new EP, which is a little bit different again. I think every release that we do is always going to be, it's still very much Alder Freya, but there's going to be a few tweaks and a bit of experimentation going on there. So we've been working with a new sort of a bit of a change lineup. We've got a new drummer, Bob Knight, he's currently working on the drums for that EP. But we've got a few time constraints with that, the people's schedules, things like that. So it makes sense for us to sort of shift the EP maybe into sort of like mid next year, and we can now release, now that the second album's fully finished. It's been finished since May, so we're going to release that first, and then we'll have another release set up for sort of mid next year, and then by that point, knowing me, there'll be something else written, so it'll be time to release something again, and so on.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is there any sort of new material that you're working on, for something else or something for Alder Freya?
Nothing. I have got some other things in the pipeline that I've not really ironed out yet. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sort of slow things down a little bit, because we've literally just finished, a few months ago we finished an album. We're 80% through an EP, so after that I'm not too sure what I'll probably pull the trigger on next. Might just be a case of we would just write another album, or we might be able to someday maybe play some live shows. If the stars align, that's something that we could definitely, hopefully look into. But yeah, it's a bright future for sure for Aldo Ferreira. I think at the minute, in terms of releases, things that we've got coming, but we're always working on something to give us a creative outlet. So whether that's once the album and the EP are out, whether it's something new, something a bit off the wall, we don't know. It's probably too early to tell, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was going to ask. You mentioned you wanted to do some live shows. Now, like you said, if all the stars align and everything is perfect, everything is a go, would you do like a full UK tour, or do a full UK tour first, then sort of like branch out over to like either Europe or over to North America or down to South America, or even over to like South Africa or down to Australia? Would you even consider that?
I think in terms of booking, in terms of shows, I think it would probably start off. I'd be happy to just do the odd show. I think just to sort of gauge, because it's arranging to get live members off at the same time and free to do these things. There was originally plans for, this is going back a couple of years ago when the Aldo Ferreira project first started. There was plans to go to play shows in Europe, but unfortunately coronavirus saw to that. So, but yeah, I think the odd show would be a good place to start and gauge it from there. But yeah, to play in Europe would be an absolute dream. Having seen, going to Brutal Assault in Czech Republic this year, to see how much the Europeans celebrate metal in comparison to the UK, maybe it's a sight to see, and it would be really cool to get over to one of those countries. But there's plenty of there's a lot of amazing venues in the UK as well. Whether it's a full UK tour, I've no idea. It's down to what we can get together, but definitely want to look at playing the odd show just to get the feel of it and who's going to be playing and set list, things like that. But yeah, it's definitely something that we will look into probably sometime after these next one or two releases.
Yeah, cool. So where can people find you on social media?
So social media, we mainly use Instagram. So it's instagram.com/Aldo Ferreira. You'll find us on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, pretty much everywhere. Bandcamp, Spotify. We're all over the place. We're everywhere. But yeah, I think Instagram is probably, you'll get the most recent updates from there.
Yeah, cool. So with being you on with the band being on Bandcamp, have you got any sort of like physical releases for the first album? Have you got T-shirts, that type of thing, merch type of stuff?
Yeah, we still have. We've got some. We've got long sleeve shirts, Bad Kingdom Cold album shirts, and I think we've still got tapes, CDs, that kind of thing. So yeah, you can pick them all up from either our Bandcamp, or if you go to Matriarch Records, they also sell a lot of our merch, all of our merch. So yeah, pick yourself up anything, physical release, patch, shirt, whatever you like, it's all there for you.
Yeah, cool. So this is probably going to be my final question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician? Yeah,
with this, I think this day and age in particular, I think it's a lot more accessible for you to actually do it. the way in which technology is these days, you know, to be able to learn to play piano on your phone, things like it's just so accessible. And if you've got any kind of, you know, desire to pick up an instrument, whatever that may be, just do it. I think it isn't easy. It's nothing worth doing ever is, but I think with picking up an instrument, it's very easy to sort of say, well, you know, I'm going to pick up a guitar and start to learn it. And then, you know, when you've not got the hang of it after 4 hours, it's very easy to set it down. So I think if if I was to give anyone any advice, would be, I guess, persevere with it. If you feel like music's a creative outlet that you want to, you know, pursue, then just stick with it. I think it's the best advice I can give. And it will pay off. It will pay off, and yeah, you'll reap the benefits, and you'll be better for it.
Sound advice. Oh, there's one more question before we start wrapping things up. Have you got a YouTube channel? Yeah, so if for videos.
Yeah, so we've got a YouTube channel that we've just started using a bit more now. So again, yeah, youtube.com/Albert Freya. Yeah, you'll find us over there as well.
Yeah. So I think it's time to wrap things up. So guys, go check out Aldo Freya on their social media. You won't be disappointed. I've listened to some of their stuff and it's good. If you're into black metal, go check them out. So, any final words before we sign off there, Quilla?
No, just yeah. Thanks very much for having me. It's been nice to have a chat with you, and hopefully we'll speak again.
Oh yeah. It's more than just hit me up on social media, and we'll sort something out.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah. I'll speak to you soon.
Right. Thank you again, Quilla. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Very much. Bye for now.
Bye for now. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Young, and we are here with Andre. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hi, Andre.
Hello. So, could you introduce yourself and what you do?
I'm a musician, a singer, songwriter, lyricist. Basically, more of like a one-woman band, meaning like creating artistically things from songs to video clips to outfits to mostly everything, and from even showing my own clothes. So I'm an artist. So I come from Greece, and I play metal, rock, blues, sometimes pop, but basically I'm most known for metal.
Cool. Yeah, so you sort of like well-rounded artist in many aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's sort of like dive into some questions. As a child, what were you listening to?
Actually, that's a very interesting question because I always love answering that question. When I was 4, I turned on the TV and I watched the Power Rangers riff, and it was all metal. So the moment that I heard this riff from me, fa, I was like, this is what I want to do in my life from now on. So I dedicated basically my life into this genre because this is the kind of music that really gets me on. And actually describes my soul and who I am internally. And what really makes me happy is that I got to meet the guy who wrote the songs. And I'm going to meet Ron. If you hear me, you know that I always talk about you. Wherever you are in LA, I get your back always. So I'm really happy that I got appreciated by my inspiration, which was this guy who wrote those songs, and I owe a lot to him.
Cool. Was he your main inspiration in in getting into like the rock and metal scene?
Main inspiration, I guess, a few singers like Ronnie James Dio, for example, that I think that his spirit lives on and on and on and on, as he used to say. He's like my godfather. I feel sometimes that some of my techniques are very similar by nature with him. And of course, it's something totally relevant that I am a fan of Christina Aguilera and her techniques, her vocal techniques. So I'm studying a lot of what she does. And I feel like I'm a type of combination of the two of them vocally, to be honest. But I have my own character and my own nuance and color, and of course, the way that I use my voice is who I am. You know, like it's the personality trait.
Before you started what you're doing right now, were you in any other sort of like bands or doing other stuff prior to what you're doing now?
The thing is that I jumped into professional band right away. I've never had like a childhood band or to play with people around, and I dived into the deep waters right away. I was working. Basically, when I was 16, I got hired by a famous classic rock band here in Greece, and I started getting paid. So that's all I know. I know how to do music professionally. I've never had this, okay, let's just play for fun, or let's just record a song, or my whole life was basically the music in a very professional way.
Cool. So what have you been up to, especially over the last 2-3 years?
You mean like
with what you've been doing right now, what you've been up to?
Yeah, I mean, 2017, 2018, it was a really blast because I was on The Voice and my audition went viral worldwide, and I gained some type of popularity being in the best rock auditions worldwide, including America and Japan and everything. So that was a really something big for me that opened some doors, let's just say. But I knew that this was not going to last forever, as TV doesn't, won't last forever. So I got back to my work. I got back to my songs. I recorded my second album. I recorded Skies, and the album is out, streaming worldwide. Right now we're doing great. I actually won the Metal Hammer thing, the weekly Metal Hammer song of the week.
Cool.
In the UK, I feel great. Like it's like, wow, guys, that's amazing. Like I've never expected that to happen. UK Metal Hammer, and I'm the song of the week. Oh.
Are you sort of? Before we get into the next question, one of my subscribers and moderator has just asked a question. Lisaboo has asked, can you describe what your favorite venue would be?
Okay, he has to be more specific. A venue that I've played at, or just a venue that I dream of?
Sort of like, let's go with like the venue that you dream of.
Oh my God, I mean, like, I have so many goals. So it might sound very far away, but it's the type of stages that Britney Spears used to play in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, like, production with choreo, with band, with props, with sparkles and fires, and like a big production with outfit changes. Like I want to experience that type of thing. I know it's pressure and stressful, but that's what I am up for. That's what I think I was born to do. So I really can't wait to experience this.
Yeah. Just to expand on that question from Lisaboo, what was your favorite venue to play at?
Okay. So far, I mean, venue, we exclude the TV sets, right? Because that's very spectacular. Also, I'm very big with lights, and the stage is like amazing. So I would say the stages that have been on TV are my favorites so far, the most spectacular ones with the laser beams and the steam and then, you know, all of that kind of the things that I love. But I really felt very close to a very special venue in the Netherlands called Hellendoorn, and another one in Belgium called Ragnarok. It's because mostly we get connected with the band, and the venue was nice, and we filmed the video clip also of Black Hole. And it feels more of like, you know, I'm attached to it emotionally.
Cool. Lisaboo says, thank you for the answer to that, to the dream venue. So, wrong one, that one now. Yeah, so, are you writing any new material for your next release?
Yes, I actually do. It's something that never stops. It's like it's coming up naturally. I can write a song in a day. Whenever I feel like it, I just go, you know, to the studio and I just grab my guitar because I play my own riffs. I play guitar also, even though I have guitar players, you know, like more pro than I am. But I think I'm kind of good. I don't think I'm bad as a guitar player, but that's not my main role. That's not my main job. I focus on the performance and my microphone, of course. But I'm writing new songs. I have more of like 12 new songs that I want to work on. And the style comes out a little bit differently, meaning that it's more poppy than the previous album. My first album was classic rock, 100% classic rock. Skies is metal, like heavy metal with some very powerful, soulful ballads. This particular one is more energetic, more of like funky metal, if I can describe it.
Are you sort of like in the process of writing that, or are you sort of like near the end of that process?
I just released my second album, so I'm not thinking about it that much. I'm thinking about touring and promoting this album. But I think I have finished the pre-production. It's basically ready, so, and it's half orchestrated. And it's not such a big deal for me when the instruments go all together, and well, it's an easy job to do afterwards. Well, when you have a whole song, you can transcribe it easily.
Yeah, cool. Now you mentioned you're promoting your second album. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Skies is called, and I don't know if you've seen the artwork. It's like me with a sword and my snake. I actually own that pet because a lot of people ask me why a white snake. It's because I actually own a white snake. That's why. And the Mistress Horns, of course. It's a powerful album that is some kind of women empowerment, female empowerment, type of retaliation, reciprocation, or payback to what's have been, you know, towards women all of those years. But this is my interpretation, of course. You can interpret the songs the way that you want it. So I write it vaguely always so that each one can relate with a song with their own life, you know, stuff that has happened. So. And yeah, for me, it's always about the female empowerment, even though I don't always agree with what some women do. I'm trying to show to people that yes, there is a woman, that she's not just a singer, that she has to be paid equally, that she is working like a motherfucker nonstop. So, you know, and I don't have to be discriminated just because I look like this. So that's exactly what I'm trying to show to people and to understand and to come closer, that we're all people in the end, you know. It's not a male-dominated genre. Metal has not been made for men. That's what I'm trying to say, basically. And a lot of people understand the message, and I'm really happy about it. Even my merch has a lot of stuff for women, like bags and clothing. Of course, some unisex stuff and some male stuff also. But I have it equally, like like a bag for a woman, a t-shirt for a guy. So I just want to see more women at the audience. I always see guys. I would love to see more families, even their children. I mean, there was one time that there was a kid at my show, and of course they put the headphones because it's bad for the kids. So that was like my favorite. To see a lot of people and to pass into the next generation all this big, culture, this cultural thing that we continue to serve this genre. So I think it deserves more.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I would like to say I've been to a lot of gigs and concerts over the years, and I have seen a lot of multi-generational people there, going from their grandparents down to the parents, down to the kids and grandkids at gigs, and it's absolutely brilliant to see, because it takes sort of like I've seen like about 3 or 4 generations of the same family at different venues.
Yeah.
At different concerts. So because obviously the grandparents passed it, got into a band in the late 70s, early 80s. They passed it down to their kids. Their kids passed that particular band down to their kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see.
Yeah, it's like a religion. You just have to indoctrinate. As bad as it sounds, you just have to indoctrinate.
Oh yeah. Two of my favorite bands is AC/DC and Iron Maiden, and each time I went to see those two bands, I always see around about 3 or 4 generations of the same family at the gigs. So
yeah, it's because those bands, they still play even though they're older and stuff. So I get it. But I think that there are a few new people that they carry the flame and they carry it stronger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yes.
I said it very gently and very nicely. That at some point, at some point, even athletes take off their shoes and they retire. Because they say, this is what I can do, this is what I have to offer, and it's exactly like, it should be exactly like sport. You have to offer the same quality. If I ever feel like I cannot sing, I'm not going to go out and sing,
Oh yeah. So are you sort of like releasing any new videos from the Sky album?
Oh, the Skies, I actually have 3 videos. It's Skies, It's My Love, and Black Hole. So I have like 3 video clips from this album so far. Cool. But all of them, they have different meaning. I mean, Black Hole is basically filmed with a band while we were on tour. So this has a different let's just say direction, because normally at my video clips I make it more of like mini movie films, but then of course I was on tour, I didn't have the time to do all that type of work and go to different locations and film, but it turned out to be nice. I like the outcome of the band playing and us performing. That's great, because the other ones are more theatrical, let's just say. Yeah. My love, life is the mistress of evil, and Sky is more of like actually I had a lot of infringements for this video from Google, but I really don't care. I got a notification that it's sexually whatever, which I don't find it sexual at all. It's just like me holding the guys with, the how do you call that? Cheese. Not. Oh fuck. I can find the word. It's like a mini whip, and I'm holding them and Anyway, but it's a little bit BDSM, someone would say. What I can't say, I show.
Yeah. If you want to watch Andre's videos, Lisaboo, our brilliant Lisaboo, our top moderator, has shared the link Andre's YouTube channel. So go over to and watch the videos.
Yeah.
And please.
We don't bite at the live gigs. It's like, this is people are sometimes, oh my God, I'm not gonna bite you. It's like, why there's some people that are very, very fearful of what, oh my God, she's this, she's that. And I'm like, well, this is my persona, and this is something that I cannot publicly say, so I prefer to show it. So that's different. And I prefer to be extreme so that people understand how much of an impact it has.
Right. Where can people find your merch? Have you got a merch store? Merchandise store?
You can go to my official website, which is mies-andre.com.
And there we go. I will bring Lisaboo there. Shared the merch store for Andrea. So if you want to get any merch, or
you can do an email if the platform is not ready yet, because we're building the platform right now. But you can send an email, and anything that you like, it can be sent to you right away. No problem.
Cool. Now you. Mentioned before we went live that you're going to be doing some touring. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, I'd love to, but it's not announced yet. I mean,
isn't it?
I'll be happy to announce that. I'm not going to say with whom, but I'll be touring in the UK, and we're going to have in total 8 shows, and it's going to be UK, Scotland, and Ireland. So.
Oh, cool.
Stay tuned.
Oh yes, you're more than welcome to get back to come back on and talk a little bit more about it when you can.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when it's fully promoted and it's out there, I'll be glad to talk about it. Sure.
Cool. Are you doing any sort of tours in and around Greece or into Europe?
Okay, I'm going to announce that because it's going to be announced anyway, sooner or later. I'm going to be in LA in May for Rock Ferroni for the second year, subsequent second year. And I'm really happy to do that again because it's for a good cause. And because I'm going to be playing with my favorite people, Jay's there, my mixing engineer from Anthrax, and Corey Taylor, my publicist, Neil Turbin, the ex-Anthrax singer also. It's like we're all like a big family that I miss them so much, and we play for a good cause. I'd really love to see, a lot of my friends and to reconnect. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing in May, actually. And then there are a few more things coming. Of course, there are a lot of things on the table.
Cool. So this is I normally ask this final question. Usually, this final question. Any advice for people who want to become a musician?
That's a very interesting question that I haven't really thought about it, because I talk about it a lot with my fellow colleagues and some of my friends, and like, can everybody play music? Can everybody do that? What I believe, I'll tell you what I believe. I believe that everybody can improve. They can become better of what they are to something better. I don't really think that if you don't have a natural talent, that you can become like the best superstar or the most amazing talent that has been created. So that's my assumption, of course, that it's a little bit of a God's gift to have that and to evolve that. Of course, whoever works can become better, but better from where they started. If you start from 10, you can go to 50. But if you start from -10, you can go up to 0. That's what I think. And I'm being very honest that people have their own limits. It's like sports. You are born with those muscles. You are born with those bones. You are born with this stomach. You're born with this voice. You cannot change your voice. You cannot change who you are. All you got to do is just be who you are and accept who you are, and never be like jealous of what other people do or what other people don't do, because in the end, it's you who you have to appreciate and continue with what you have and the skills that you have. And it's the same thing, sometimes with the finances. You just have to be happy with what you have, Of course, strive for more. And that's really nice and good. And the more that you strive, the more you get. But I think there's always a limit. That's what I think. And I truly believe that if someone wants something so bad and they think they can make it, they will. I have been patient for so long, like for many years, and I never gave up, where I really wanted to give up because I had nothing in my hands. I had no shows in Greece. This genre is almost extinct. And I said, no, I'm not going to. There were a lot of people telling me, Andre, you chose the hard path. You chose the hard path. Yeah, I chose the hard path and I win still, and I do not accept defeat. And that's what they should tell themselves also for encouragement, to not be defeated by anyone, or don't ever listen to any words that your parents say, that your friends say, that you have to just focus on your own goal and to put your thoughts into little boxes and open one box each time and complete the task. Because consistency also matters. The more that you are in this business, the more value you have. It's like you are like a vintage toy, This is how it's, come on, this is how it works. Like right now, the 90s toys cost more than nowadays toys. So.
Oh yes, yeah. Sound advice. Yeah. So, Lisaboo Square Middle, a little comment there. She loves your music.
Oh,
she
thank
totally
you.
loves your music. Yeah. Because well, I introduced your music to Lisa, and she absolutely adores it. She totally loves your music.
Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for understanding and for liking and headbanging.
Yeah. So we're going to be sort of like wrapping things up now. Any sort of like final words before we sort of like sign off?
I don't know. I mean, we talked about the shows. Oh, I have an extra show in September in Belgium. I forgot to say that. I'm co-headlining in a festival called Metal Babes and Queens. That's how it's called. And it's in Bray in Belgium.
Cool. So you can find Andre on YouTube under Andre Blues Metal Queen. She has got a website, miss-andre.com. And yeah, have you got, are you on sort of like Apple Music, all the streaming services?
All of them. Apple Music, Amazon, Spotify, I'm everywhere. If you just type my name, Andre Skies, you can find everything, the whole album. And also you can find, not on Spotify, but on other platforms, my previous album, which was under the name The Harps. That was the project's name. And the album is called Love Strikes Doves.
Cool. So yeah, guys, go check out Andre. She's absolutely amazing. She's total. Well, she's absolutely brilliant. So go check her out, guys. And and Andre, thank you so much for coming on and doing this little interview. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Hope you have a metal day or metal night, and never forget to be yourselves.
Yeah, thank you. Right, catch you all later, guys. Hey guys, welcome to Project Metal Music's YouTube channel with your host Ali Young, and we are here with the brilliant Animax. So welcome, Animax.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, my pleasure. So Animax, could you introduce yourself and what you do within the band?
I pretty much am the band. My name is Joel Weishart, and I'm a one-man solo project with the band Animax. And also a former bass player of my most prestigious previous project was one band that went by two names, Nightshade and Q5.
Cool. So yes, yeah.
And when I was in Nightshade Q5, I was only the bass player. And in about 2008, I had left that band, and I decided to put together a solo project where basically I'm doing all the guitars, all the drums, all the bass, all the vocals, all by myself, all laid down on a multi-track recorder.
Yeah, cool. So, Joel, let's type in some questions. And so as a kid, what were you listening to?
Well, I grew up basically in the 70s and 80s. So I started off with a lot of, I was able to hear a lot of the different classic bands, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Aerosmith.
Yeah, cool. Oh, I think we lost.
I had three older brothers, and we had stereo in the house, and so I got to grow up listening to whatever they wanted to listen to, and all they wanted to bring. So I had a lot of that influence. So, and then going into the 80s, it was a continuation of the same. A lot of like the new wave of British heavy metal bands, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, and a lot of bands that kind of made a name for themselves. 70s, Ozzy, their own solo project. So,
Well, I think we've lost Joel with his signal. Bear with us, guys. Bear with us. Got some tech issues here, so bear with us. Oh, yeah. Sorry about this, guys. It looks like he's lost his signal.